The committee will come to order. The chair notes the presence of a quorum. Pursuant to committee rules, members of the committee may submit written opening statements for the record. Ask that members may revise and extend their remarks on the bills to be considered at this markup and have those remarks included in the record. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess of the committee at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I, the chair announces that I may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote is ordered. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning, and thank you again for joining us for this full committee markup. Before we begin, I do want to recognize that this is our first full committee activity here in D.C. since Congressman Grijalva's passing. His memory will live on in the work that we do here, and I'm grateful to have served with him for so many years on the dais. I, along with many others on the committee, were able to go out to Tucson for the beautiful service that they have for Representative Grijalva. And before we get into the business today, I just want to take a brief moment of silence to remember his legacy and his family. We have a robust lineup of legislation, starting with two bills we're considering under regular order. Our first regular order bill, Congresswoman Greene's Gulf of America Act of 2025, codifies President Trump's executive order to restore names that honor American greatness. It permanently renames the area formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. This legislation will ensure uniformity and implementation of the new name across government documents and maps. I thank Congresswoman Greene for her quick work in introducing the bill in the House. Second, we will consider Congresswoman Boebert's Pet and Livestock Protection Act of 2025. This legislation is a product of collaborative efforts of Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Tiffany and their longstanding commitment to delisting the gray wolf from the threatened and endangered species list. The Endangered Species Act was never meant to keep species listed forever, as I've said before, stuck in Hotel California where they can check in but never leave. This bill rightly returns wolf management back to the states and all the lower 48 states, empowering local and privately led species conservation. Modernizing the Endangered Species Act and returning management back to the state level has been a priority of mine as chairman of the committee. Last year marked more than 50 years since the ESA was originally enacted. In that time, the federal government has lost its way when it comes to species management. The ESA was meant to identify wildlife most at risk, implement a recovery plan, and delist the species once it no longer needs protection. With a dismal 3% success rate of recovered species, it's time to switch up the plays and run a playbook that wins. We cannot continue to run a game plan that allows environmental groups to hijack federal regulations not to protect species, but to file lawsuits and to line their own pockets. We need to run a play that gives species management back to those who know it best, which are the state and local communities where these species exist. As we've seen in the hearings on today's legislation, local communities surrounded by the gray wolf live with startling consequences. Witnesses shared personal stories and images of cattle and family pets killed by the gray wolf. These stories are plentiful, like wolf populations themselves, and putting a chilling face to the costly consequences of America's failure to delist recovered species. And as a gesture to Representative Huffman, I know we agree that the endangered species list has been very successful in preventing extinction, which that's a good thing. But I think we can do more with the ESA in accomplishing its purpose of actually recovering species. And I hope we can work together to figure out how to make the recovery efforts better than and to have better results going forward than what we've had in the past. Congresswoman Boebert's Pet and Livestock Protection Act brings the ESA back to its original intent and restores common sense to species management. The gray wolf is recovered, and it's time we treat it as such. And that's not just me saying it's recovered. The Fish and Wildlife Service has said it's recovered, but they've been unable to take it off of the list. In addition to the regular order bills, we will call up 7 additional measures that minority and majority staff have worked on and reached bipartisan agreement. Each of these bills represents common sense solutions to problems our constituents face, such as returning power to states, streamlining processes, and reducing red tape. I look forward to our discussions on these issues today, and I yield back the balance of my time and now recognize Ranking Member Huffman for any opening statement that he may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick point of correction for your reference to the body of water formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico. It's still the Gulf of Mexico. It has been for a couple hundred years, and I assure you it will continue to be in most of the reality-based world, no matter how much theater we bring to this in this committee. I do appreciate your kind words about Chairman Grijalva, and look, we know Chairman Grijalva was a fighter, and as such, he would surely want me to point out right now that across every federal agency under this committee's jurisdiction, Elon Musk and Doge are indiscriminately purging thousands of essential agency staff. They're thoughtlessly firing career scientists, tribal agency staff, land managers, park rangers, wildfire experts, and numerous other public servants who deliver critical services to the American people and safeguard our lands, waters, and communities. And amidst this unprecedented hollowing out of government, the hallmark legislation that we are considering here today is a bill to rename the Gulf of Mexico. It would be comical if it were not such a profound dereliction of duty. And what else is this committee choosing to ignore while we burn time on this political theater? Well, right now the Trump administration is actively obstructing funding for wildfire prevention to safeguard American lives and property, tribal resources essential for supporting Native communities, critical drought resilience programs urgently needed across the West, and funding for NOAA's storm and extreme weather forecasting. Has Republican committee leadership taken any action whatsoever to address or even acknowledge the serious issues caused by the administration's actions? The answer is obviously no. And one more crisis we're ignoring today that can't go unmentioned. In just the past week, President Trump's reckless tariff plan has driven our markets into turmoil. The S&P 500 is officially in bear market territory. The Dow is cratering. And for the average American, for teachers, firefighters, truck drivers, their 401ks and retirement savings are crumbling before their eyes. And that's without getting into the higher prices that we're all starting to see as these tariffs go into effect starting today. Is the majority doing anything about this looming economic catastrophe that, absent decisive intervention, will profoundly harm every sector of our economy and numerous programs under this committee's jurisdiction? Obviously, Republicans in this Congress are just too busy renaming things like the Gulf of Mexico. The many issues that we're neglecting today are not abstract problems. They're immediate threats to our constituents' safety, heritage, and livelihoods, and they're entirely avoidable problems caused by this administration and caused by an administration that is going entirely unchallenged by this Republican Congress. And I do mean the whole Congress, because it's not just this committee that's neglecting these issues. Instead, the House voted on a budget framework that would guarantee devastating cuts to Medicaid and surrendered Congress's emergency authority over tariffs. Elon Musk is dismantling the Social Security Administration after calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme just a few days ago. Americans are not asking us to rename places in this moment. They're asking us to lower costs, to protect their savings, to fight for their future. They're asking us to confront and mitigate the real and immediate threats of drought and wildfire. They're asking us to stop the absolute chaos coming out of this administration. We urgently need congressional leadership to tackle the most pressing problems in America, and instead, we are here with distractions and culture war sideshows. We owe the American people better, much better than this. This committee has a proud tradition of addressing real significant problems for the American people, and sadly, today's markup represents another troubling departure from that tradition. It underscores a broader pattern by this Republican Congress of prioritizing partisan stunts so thoroughly that it cannot and will not carry out the real work of governing. Now, some might dismiss all of this as harmless theater, but every minute and taxpayer dollar spent on these distractions is time and money not spent on the issues that Americans care most about. I urge my colleagues to change course. Our constituents did not elect us to ignore real problems and to substitute political theater like this in the place of governing. Let's do our jobs and get back to giving the American people what they deserve. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to the markup notice, it is now in order to consider H.R. 276, Gulf of America Act of 2025. Ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries be discharged from further consideration of the bill without objection. So ordered. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized for purposes of debate on the bill? I recognize myself, and I speak in support of H.R. 276, the Gulf of America Act, which is sponsored by Representative Greene of Georgia. This legislation seeks to codify a portion of President Trump's Executive Order 14172, restoring names that honor American greatness, which renamed the body of water formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. By enacting this legislation, we ensure consistency in the reference to laws, maps, regulations, and records. On his first day in office, President Trump signed Executive Order 14172, which directed the Secretary of the Interior, acting through the Chair of the Board on Geographic Names, to oversee renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Throughout our country's history, presidents have made changes to the names of America's lands and waters. Today, we are taking the necessary steps to codify this action into law permanently. The Gulf and its 1,600 miles of coastline within the United States are and will continue to be critical to our country's economy. The Gulf of America region is home to 14% of the United States' total crude oil production, 48% of the country's refining capacity, and 51% of its natural gas processing. President Trump has made it a priority of his administration to make America energy dominant, and that starts in the Gulf of America. It is nearly impossible to overstate the importance this region has in securing a future of American energy dominance. Along with energy, the Gulf is a lifeblood of commercial and recreational fishing, tourism, and is one of the most productive ecosystems in North America. President Trump's executive order and Representative Greene's legislation embrace the numerous ways the Gulf of America powers the American economy. Americans have long been the dominant driving force behind the economic value of the Gulf, and this legislation simply reinforces the many ways that this treasured resource has benefited the United States. I thank Representative Greene for her work on this legislation. The U.S. Geological Survey's Board on Geographic Names has already begun implementing the executive order, but passing this legislation through the committee will ultimately enact it into law. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back. Is there further discussion? Representative Huffman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when House Republicans finally tire of all of this political theater, all of this kissing up to Donald Trump, all of the burning of Congress's precious time and resources for absolutely nothing but show, for bootlicking and sycophancy, call us. We have a lot of serious work we would like to do with you. We have a lot of governing that we would like to do. But right now, our country is careening towards disaster under the Trump administration. His trade war is wreaking havoc on the economy. Our constituents are struggling to make ends meet with rising costs. Agencies aren't able to provide essential services for the American people because of the mass indiscriminate firings of federal employees, facility closures, chaotic government takeovers by Elon Musk and his tech bros at Doge. Agencies under this committee's jurisdiction have been gutted, kneecapped from doing their work to ensure public safety, mitigate wildfire risks, or protect our irreplaceable natural resources. We're not here to address any of that today. In fealty to the president, House Natural Resource Republicans are considering a joke of a bill to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. If you were to choose a bill that perfectly embodies the Republican Party at this moment in history, this might be it. The bill does absolutely nothing, but it kind of says everything. It captures the MAGA, anti-immigrant, imperialistic rhetoric of right-wing cable news and podcasts, while also giving cover for the president to censor and retaliate against news outlets that choose to call it the Gulf of Mexico, which, by the way, is what every other country on earth will continue to call it. It tightens the stranglehold billionaires in the oil and gas industry have on Team Extreme, while ignoring all of the chaos President Trump's policies are inflicting on Gulf Coast communities. President Trump might think he was the first to come up with this idea, the Gulf of America, but it was actually a comedian, Stephen Colbert, back in 2010. And at that time, oil was gushing from BP's blown Deepwater Horizon well that killed 11 people and crushed the coastal economy of Louisiana. Colbert called it the Gulf of America because, to quote him, "We broke it, we bought it." Republicans seem to have forgotten this incident as they advance their drill, baby drill agenda. But as we approach the 15th anniversary of the tragic Deepwater Horizon disaster, I would like to remind my colleagues, we continue to see record-breaking oil and gas production because for decades, big oil has clung to sweetheart deals that it receives from the federal government. And all of us pay the price. It's the surge in climate-driven disasters like the catastrophic wildfires in California, the cycle of extreme drought and flood across the West and the Midwest, supercharged hurricanes pounding the Southeast, and more. It's the unmatched levels of pollution in communities in the Gulf, primarily black, brown, and low income, which have become a sacrificial altar for the fossil fuel and petrochemical industries. And while Trump and Musk destroy our economy, our communities, and our planet, congressional Republicans can't even be bothered to face their own constituents at town hall meetings. But now, after weeks of silence, Republicans finally have a plan to address this compounding crisis. They're going to rename the Gulf of Mexico. This is what they think the American people want. And talk about unpopular. According to a recent Fox News poll, the majority of Americans actually oppose this name change. They know it's a joke. They know it's a stunt, even if President Trump and Republicans seem to be taking it seriously. You know what's not a joke? Firing firefighters, weather forecasters, disease researchers, aid workers, destabilizing global markets with mindless tariff taxes that are wrecking people's hard-earned retirement and college savings, turning our allies and neighbors into enemies, threatening to cut Social Security and Medicaid, services that will be in much greater demand once the Trump recession really gets rolling in the weeks and months to come. This is an insulting charade of America first nonsense at a time when the American people need serious policy prescriptions. Instead, we're getting stuff like this that makes our country a global laughingstock. I oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stauber, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of H.R. 276, the Gulf of America Act of 2025. The Gulf of America is one of the greatest crown jewels of the United States. Not only is the Gulf home to an ecosystem that supports diverse marine life and migratory species, it's also an incredible economic resource for the United States, ranging from tourism, recreation, commercial fishing, energy production, including renewable oil and gas production, shipping and trade, and so much more. The Gulf of America plays a significant role in the cultural identity of the United States and is enjoyed by countless Americans. And not only those who call the Gulf Coast home, but countless Americans across our great nation, including my home state of Minnesota. I believe renaming the Gulf to the Gulf of America is a great testament to this nation. And I am proud to support this legislation to codify President's January 20th executive order. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Hearing none, it is now in order to consider amendments to H.R. 276. Do you wish to be recognized, Ms.
Yes, sir, I do.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I can't believe that, given everything of consequence that's happening in our country and the world right now, that the Natural Resource Committee is taking this piece of legislation seriously. That we're spending our time and taxpayer dollars on a bill to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America while there's so many more urgent and critical issues for us to deal with is just offensive, and it's an abrogation of our duty to the American people. I got elected to represent the people of my district and this country, not to kowtow to any one individual. Congress is a separate and equal branch of government, and our job is to serve as a check and balance to the executive branch, not to roll over and give up the authority directed to Congress by the Constitution that we all swore to uphold. It's April. We're about to enter hurricane season, fire season, we're in tornado season, and we aren't prepared because key people at NOAA, the Weather Service, the Forest Service, FEMA, and all of our disaster response agencies have been summarily dismissed, fired. These agencies are gutted with no thought to the importance of each individual's work, making the system more inefficient by making it harder to access disaster relief and emergency services. When we spend time on performative and jingoistic things like renaming the Gulf of Mexico, we're neglecting the serious work that we're sent here to do. It makes a mockery of the democratic process. And while we're spending time and taxpayer dollars doing this, the administration, with the blind support of my Republican colleagues, is kneecapping the federal workforce, busting unions and taking away collective bargaining rights, abducting legal residents and sending them to foreign prisons, trampling the right to free speech and due process, crashing the economies and the 401ks and pensions of hardworking Americans with these erratic and just, with these erratic tariffs and stealing the earned benefits of Americans, our veterans, and Social Security recipients. And we're ignoring this to do what? To rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And to add insult to injury, this is an unfunded mandate. Who's going to pay to reprint the maps, the textbooks, the other printed and online material to reflect this change? Are we going to allocate even more taxpayer dollars to this crusade? Or are we going to put this cost on taxpayer dollars in every individual state? This bill is a sycophantic attempt to wrap the American flag around this bill and does nothing to help Americans who are suffering and struggling to afford necessities, to create jobs. And those necessities, by the way, just got more expensive because of the aforementioned tariffs. It's not what we should be doing, and quite frankly, is embarrassing and making a mockery of this process. Let's do our damn jobs and do things of consequence. This committee does important work, and we have been able to work together to get things done. Let's continue to focus on that. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Mr. Lamalfa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. It's kind of funny here watching the Dems go off for about 10 minutes on the bill so far, and then several speeches on it last time we heard the bill. Then I see there's a list of 20 amendments to the bill. It'd be real easy just to pass this little name change and not waste all this time we're hearing about wasting on the bill. It's coming from the other side with each of those amendments. If we hear them, it's going to be at least 5 minutes on one side, and then maybe the Republicans respond. So, 5 times 20, it's 100 plus, 20 times 2 responding by each Republican. That's 140 minutes or so. So,
Would the gentleman move to pass them by unanimous consent? I mean, I will stipulate to that. We just pass all the amendments by unanimous consent.
No, how about just the bill in chief instead all the time on the
Oh,
amendments,
okay,
okay? But taking my time back, thank you. We could hear a lot about wasting time here, but I'm more concerned about how much time ranchers are having to waste keeping wolves from devouring their livestock and defending themselves up there. But I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to keep track of the time a little bit. I'll give you 3 minutes back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the bill? Hearing none, it is now in order to consider amendments to H.R. 276. I recognize myself for the purpose of offering my amendment in the nature of a substitute designated Westerman 11 A&S. Without objection, the amendment is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Now, I urge my colleagues to support the ANS, which makes a small technical change to the short title of the bill. This ANS ensures that we recognize a name that honors American greatness by codifying a portion of Executive Order 14172, permanently renaming the area formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I would like to thank Representative Greene from Georgia for her work on this legislation. And I will say this is a simple bill. It does a simple thing, but I think it does carry a big message, and I think it's why President Trump did this on day one, when his agenda is to put America first, and he did that symbolically and literally by saying he's gonna rename the Gulf of Mexico, which he has that authority to do, and we have the authority to codify that into a law. I think to lay the groundwork to say America is going to be first, and it's going to be America First policy in the legislation that we consider and hopefully move out of this committee in a bipartisan manner for the future of our country. Again, I urge support of this, and I yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, it is now in order to consider amendments to the ANS to H.R. 276. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 3. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If Republicans on this committee are serious about renaming the Gulf of Mexico, we should at least be honest about what is driving all this. My amendment proposes that rather than calling it the Gulf of America, we acknowledge what this bill truly represents, which is a departure from science, history, and common sense. We should call it the Gulf of Ignorance. Now, I acknowledge that there could be a robust debate about other words that one could put in place of ignorance, and I would accept friendly amendments from folks who might have a case to be made that it should be the Gulf of Incompetence, maybe the Gulf of Arrogance, Delusion, bootlicking sycophancy, strong case to be made that that would be appropriate, or maybe the Gulf of alienating our allies and neighbors. But the bottom line is, I agree with the majority of Americans who've been polled on this. The Gulf of Mexico doesn't need a different name. But if the majority wants to spend the committee's precious time and resources on symbolic gestures to glorify President Trump, then it's important that we also recognize all the burning priorities that you're choosing to ignore by wasting time on this. You know, we could be talking about ways to save lives by preventing catastrophic wildfires, or collecting and protecting climate and weather data to save communities from extreme storms, or restoring public access to National Park Service websites that Republicans are frantically trying to cancel because they talk about things like history and science and the environment. There is no shortage of things that people need us to do in this committee, that they want us to do, and you are choosing to play naming games. I have a hard time believing most people in the Gulf of Mexico who have endured devastating hurricanes and extreme weather events see this as a good use of Congress's time, when we could be spending our time helping communities prepare for rising sea levels or the next natural disaster. In fact, an overwhelming number of Americans do not support renaming the Gulf. As I said, according to some credible polling, the Gulf is one of the most ecologically and economically vital regions in the Western Hemisphere, not just for the United States, but for a lot of other countries. It is home to productive fisheries, endangered species like the Rice's whale, unique deep-sea coral reefs and ecosystems. Its resources include resources that fuel industries, provide jobs, sustain coastal communities, and those real challenges, protecting ecosystems, building resilience, preparing for the future, deserve a seriousness. They deserve our serious attention, not political theater and a vanity project in order to please Donald Trump. If we want to rename the Gulf, let's at least be honest about what that says, that we're choosing to ignore science, history, and the pressing needs of coastal communities and the people we serve. That's why I propose an amendment to call it the Gulf of Ignorance, if that's really the way Republicans want to move forward. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Lamalfa, you're recognized.
Maybe amend it to the Gulf of Hyperbole, the Gulf of Hysteria. Tick-tock and tick-tock, we're losing committee time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I don't think anybody will be surprised to know that I oppose this amendment. This amendment would actually rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Ignorance, which is, to me, a very demeaning name. I don't know if that's meant to demean the region, the president, the country, or the people that work in the Gulf and do a lot of good for our country. So obviously, oppose the amendment. It's just one in a series of amendments that we will consider today that do nothing to improve the legislation before us. I urge all my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
I'll take the loss.
I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 4.
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order on Huffman 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, colleagues, if we are going to waste important committee time renaming major geographic features for one man's ego,
Mr. Huffman, if you'll, without objection, the amendment is considered as read.
thank you.
Now you're recognized.
Now I'm recognized. All right. So, folks, if we're going to waste this committee's time just to glorify one man's ego, I propose that we at least be efficient about this, right? I mean, that's the theme of the day, efficiency from Doge and others. And so the great Wayne Gretzky once said, you don't skate to where the puck is, you skate to where it's going to be. And my amendment tries to do that. I mean, why do all of this Trump glorification in a piecemeal manner? Why not cut to the chase? And I am proposing that we rename the entire planet Trump. In the world that this administration is building and this committee is enabling, everything is about Donald Trump anyway. Republicans are proposing that we put his face on currency. His name is apparently going to go on Air Force One. You've introduced a bill to add his head to Mount Rushmore. His whims are shaping everything from who gets prosecuted to who gets silenced and who gets to participate in democracy. And so I would not be surprised if one of you actually proposes a 60-foot statue of him looming over the National Mall, as we've taken some liberty to depict what that might be. We're trying to get ahead here and skate to where the puck is obviously going. So let's skip the endless parade of one-offs here. It's far more efficient to just cut to the chase, but let's be clear about what Planet Trump actually looks like. It's like a theme park from 1890, but with catastrophic climate dystopia. You're talking about the trade and economic policy of 1890, the foreign policy of 1890, science and education from the 1890s, deregulation and tax and wealth policy from the Gilded Age, the Wild West of gun violence for sure, but with modern, really destructive weapons. And back to the 1890s you go for health policy, civil rights, and a lot more. And a great example of that is our great scientific agency, NOAA, where thousands of scientists and public servants are being indiscriminately fired. These are people who forecast hurricanes, monitor climate trends, and protect our coasts. Apparently, it is back to the farmer's almanac when it comes to things like weather forecasting on Planet Trump. So, to my colleagues across the aisle, you're not governing with this stuff. You're sabotaging. A government that doesn't work isn't an accident resulting from all of this chaos. It's actually the plan. And you are doing nothing about it. While it all burns down, this Republican majority is spending our time trying to rename bodies of water. If you want a world where science is sidelined, facts are optional, public service is gutted in favor of gold-plated self-promotion, congratulations, you're living on Planet Trump. Let's stop pretending that any of this is about patriotism or efficiency. It is all about power, control, and making everything about one man. So let's just make it official. Show Donald Trump how mindlessly cultish you are. He's going to love this. Let's go ahead and rename the planet Planet Trump. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I oppose the amendment. While I appreciate the ranking member's enthusiasm for President Trump, this amendment is outside the scope of the bill before us, which is to codify the name of the Gulf of America. I do urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
We just got to vote, or are you going to do?
There is a point of order reserved.
And Mr. Chairman, I understand that you're prepared to, I guess, spend all of this time on this legislation, but objecting to germaneness to my amendment. So rather than subject all of this to that exercise, I will withdraw the amendment, but stand by everything I said, certainly, about it. I yield back.
Without objection, the amendment's withdrawn. I recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Velasquez number 6. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Number 6, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Renaming the Gulf of Mexico is a distraction from all the damage President Trump is doing to our country. My Republican colleagues have us here talking about names on maps while Trump's tariffs are making prices shoot up and our country sees the largest number of layoffs and workforce cuts since the pandemic. Elon Musk is slashing programs that many of our constituents depend on, like Social Security, SNAP, food assistance, and the low-income home energy assistance program for energy bills, just before summer heat waves. And let's not forget the threats to dismantle FEMA, even though communities across the country are still struggling to get back on their feet after another year of record-breaking climate disaster. That includes Hurricane Helene, which killed more than 230 people across Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Emergency crews raced to evacuate nursing homes and hospitals, and thousands of people were trapped in their homes for weeks with no electricity. Entire towns were washed away in the flooding and mudslides. Homes and critical infrastructure were destroyed. Experts estimate that all this damage might cost up to $200 billion to repair, making Helene one of the costliest storms in U.S. history. Part of what made Helene so harmful was that there was little time to prepare. The storm intensified overnight, going from scattered thunderstorms to a Category 4 in less than 2 days because of abnormally warm waters in the Caribbean Sea and Gulf of Mexico. While DOGE is dismantling NOAA by cutting over 1,000 jobs, which means less real-time data on developing storms and less accurate forecasting for hurricanes before they land. The reality is that climate change is making storms more intense, more frequent, less predictable, and more dangerous. As a Puerto Rican American, I know all too well the human cost of hurricanes and how hard it can be to rebuild. Puerto Rico is still recovering from Hurricane Maria in 2017, the only hurricane deadlier than Helene. This committee should not be having a debate over renaming the Gulf, but if we're going to have this conversation, let's talk about the millions still recovering from Hurricane Helene who will live with the scars of this storm for years to come. They have not forgotten Helene, and neither should we. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to rename it the Gulf of Helene instead of the Gulf of America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to strongly support my colleague's amendment here. If we're going to rename the Gulf of Mexico, what better thing to do than honor the victims and frontline communities that are facing the climate crisis in this region? This climate crisis caused Hurricane Helene's rainfall to be 10% heavier, and if global warming continues at the current rate and reaches 2 degrees Celsius, which under Trump energy policies it will, devastating rainfall events like Helene will be 15 to 20% more likely to happen. So we are perhaps months away from the next catastrophic hurricane in the Gulf. And as we prepare for that, as we contemplate that, the Trump administration is wrecking NOAA, so we might not have good weather forecasting and good data as we head into the hurricane season. They are gutting FEMA and talking about eliminating it altogether, so the next community that is wrecked by a catastrophic hurricane certainly will have a harder time getting the federal assistance that it desperately needs. And this committee and House Republicans are fiddling while Rome burns. Here we are spending valuable time debating a bill that does nothing at all worthwhile. So I think this amendment is entirely appropriate, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I oppose the amendment. This is now the third amendment we're considering that renames the Gulf of America, this time as the Gulf of Helene, and I sincerely hope the intent of this amendment is not to make light of the devastating impacts of Hurricane Helene. It's disappointing to see yet another amendment of this nature. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there any further discussion? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, designated Velasquez number 6. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Brownlee number 31. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the Republican leadership on this committee has decided to waste valuable time discussing frivolous and performative name changes, let's just lean into it altogether. That's why my amendment would change the name of the Gulf to the Gulf of America should rejoin the Paris Agreement. The administration and the Republican leadership want to bury their heads in the sand and pretend that if we just don't say climate change, then climate change will not exist. All the while giving handouts to the biggest polluters to destroy our clean air and clean water. This is not the leadership the overwhelming majority of Americans are looking for. In 2023, polling found 74% of Americans support the United States' participation in international efforts to reduce climate change. One of the actions President Trump took on his first day in office was pulling the United States out of the Paris Agreement, the most fundamental international agreement to reduce climate change. It's felt like a lifetime ago since the early days of the Trump's presidency, and the GOP barreled full steam ahead on their anti-climate agenda, cutting critical investments in local communities, downsizing agencies' ability to respond to extreme weather events, and even wasting time and resources combing through agency documents to identify mere mentions of climate change. It's hard to track all the damage their actions have caused to the American public. But in the midst of all the chaos, we shouldn't forget some of the most harmful actions taken by this administration on Inauguration Day. So I urge support of my amendment. If my Republican colleagues want to claim that changing the Gulf to the Gulf of America highlights its importance for America's energy dominance, then I propose we instead consider changing our name to emphasize America's commitment to meeting our climate goals. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really like this amendment. Of course, I think congressional Democrats believe the entire exercise of trying to rename the Gulf of Mexico is a joke and a waste of time and a political circus. But if you think this is how Congress should be spending our time, renaming bodies of water, here's at least a renaming that would make a difference. I mean, if we called the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America should rejoin the Paris Agreement, that would stand as a constant reminder that science and climate reality are like real things, and that wrong-headed policies that wreck the planet for future generations are probably a pretty bad idea, and that America has a singularly important global leadership role to play on confronting this climate crisis. So here's actually a constructive suggestion. If you have to go down this path of burning Congress's time on name changes, let's change it in a way that would actually do something positive and make a difference. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. It's another attempt to hijack the debate to talk about issues not connected to the legislation before us. The amendment does nothing to improve the legislation before us, and the decisions of the United States to participate or not participate in specific international agreements are a matter best debated in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, designated Brownlee number 31. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And I'm going to request a recorded vote on this one. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Brownlee number 31 will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment designated Soto number 5, and I recognize Mr. Huffman for the purpose of offering the amendment. Without objection.
I have not offered. You have not agreed to offer it. We go to Brownlee while she's here.
I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Brownlee 28. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We cannot have a conversation about the Gulf of Mexico without acknowledging the devastating threat oil and gas drilling poses to our coastal communities. There are over 95,000 miles of coastline in this country, stretching from the icy expanses of the Arctic to the tropical warmth of the Pacific, Atlantic, and Gulf coasts. Our coastal counties aren't just beautiful. They support 54.6 million jobs, $10 trillion in goods and services, and $4 trillion in wages. Yet during his first administration, President Trump proposed opening up more than 90% of the outer continental shelf for leasing, including 19 sails off the coast of Alaska, 7 in the Pacific region, 12 in the Gulf of Mexico, and 9 in the Atlantic region. This was the largest number of lease sales ever proposed for the National Outer Continental Shelf Program's 5-year lease schedule. As my colleagues can recall, this was a move that was universally unpopular across both sides of the aisle and with the public. And on this very first day back in office, President Trump moved to undo Biden-era protections, opening 16 million acres of our coasts, Pacific, Atlantic, and Alaskan waters, up to drilling. These actions are illegal, but it's not just a matter of legality, it's about what our constituents want. And the fact is, they don't want drilling, they want protection. Republicans and Democrats have long agreed our coastal communities and ecosystems are worth fighting for. I want to be extremely clear. A no vote on this amendment means that you want drilling in these areas to be on the table and not in the distant future in the next 5-year plan from the Department of Interior. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could not agree more with Representative Brownlee on her amendment and her statements regarding offshore drilling on the Pacific and Atlantic coast. So look, we know that Donald Trump and the big oil oligarchs that he's surrounded himself with are coming for the Pacific and Atlantic coast. They may not be renaming them yet, but they're absolutely going to try to ruin them. And that's what happens when you drill for oil in sensitive places. That's why nobody in these coastal areas wants to see offshore drilling, and it shouldn't be controversial at all to pass an amendment like this that simply gives the people what they want. We're burning Congress's time today on things that nobody wants, but here's something that the people of California and Florida and so many other coastal communities actually do want. They want us to make our coasts off limits to oil drilling. So let's do that. It's a good amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
No.
I recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. Domestic energy exploration and production, particularly on federal lands and waters, is crucial to America's energy and economic future. However, the bill before us does not impact offshore energy production, leasing activities, or withdrawals. I oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? No further discussion. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, designated Brownlee number 28. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Brownlee 28 will be postponed. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Soto number 5. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whether we call it the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, Florida Democrats and Republicans are united on making sure we continue to protect the eastern Gulf from oil drilling. This is a critical area for both military exercises, for recreational and professional fishing. Tourism is our top industry. You know, we have a lot of debates over energy over the years, but after those debates, a lot of colleagues on this committee have come up and said, you know, we're going to go on a vacation in the Panhandle, or we're excited to go to Tampa Bay, or we're thrilled to go down to Naples to enjoy your lovely beaches. And so, you know, don't you mess it up now, even right as we're debating some of these energy amendments. And so, you know, Florida is not just for Floridians, it's for every American, and we know, especially in the Southeast, a lot of folks from the Northeast go to our lovely beaches and enjoy amazing times with their families and get to do a lot of the recreation that has made our state so famous. And so we encourage all of our colleagues to vote for this amendment, and it comes on the heels of a bipartisan bill with Representatives Buchanan and Castor to help do just this, which is to make sure that we're protecting the Eastern Gulf. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support this amendment, and I think it's important to remember a little bit of the history on this issue. In January, at the end of his administration, President Biden issued a permanent withdrawal of the Eastern Gulf of Mexico from oil and gas drilling. And this built on I guess, a less fulsome moratorium that had been issued under political pressure by President Donald Trump back in 2020. Unfortunately, President Trump, on his first day in office, the second time around, revoked that permanent withdrawal, a decision that I believe is totally unsound, both politically and legally. Americans do not want to see oil and gas drilling in the Eastern Gulf. They want us to protect the white sand beaches, the turquoise waters, the recreational value, and other things that Mr. Soto spoke so eloquently about. And we already know that the president's action is illegal because when President Trump has tried similar reversals in the past, courts have blocked him. Clearly, we cannot trust this president to keep our constituents or the rule of law in mind when it comes to environmental policies. We need to actually do something to protect our shores, and I urge my colleague to support Representative Soto's amendment, which would do just that. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. Again, this amendment goes far beyond the scope of the bill before us, which is to simply codify the name of the Gulf of America. I'm sure we will have robust discussions about the Eastern Gulf in future hearings and when we consider future legislation, and I recognize there are those who oppose both windmills and offshore drilling in the Eastern Gulf. But again, the underlying bill here has absolutely nothing to do with leasing or activities that would be considered under withdrawals. I oppose the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Is there any further discussion? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, designated Soto number 5. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I move for a roll call vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Soto number 5 will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Brownlee 27. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Renaming the Gulf of Mexico isn't a choice that should be up to just President Trump and even us here in Congress, especially not when Trump and his Republican allies are proving that they are shockingly out of touch with the wants and needs of the American people. On this issue alone, multiple polls have found that a supermajority, around 70% of Americans, oppose changing the name of the Gulf. And this debate is just a distraction from the many other unpopular policies my Republican colleagues are pushing, like cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, gutting supports for farmers, cutting wildfire preparation programs, and rolling back protections for clean air and clean water, to name just a few. These policies are so unpopular that many of my colleagues across the aisle have even stopped holding public town halls because of the backlash that they're getting from their own constituents. And just this weekend, mass protests took place across the country, from major cities to small, deep red towns. It's time we act like the democracy we are, and listen to the voices of the people we represent. For that reason, I'm offering this amendment, which would require a public comment period on the name change following all the requirements of the Administrative Procedures Act, none of the rushed box-checking exercises like the administration's recent 5-day public comment period on a lithium mine in Oregon. A real comment period to hear from the American people. If Congress wants to rename the Gulf of America, it should be after input from the American people and with the support of the American people. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
And lady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment, and I just can't imagine what Republicans would be afraid of by having a public comment period so that people could tell the administration what they think of this idea. I guess if you vote against this amendment, I guess we know what you're afraid of. We know that you realize that this is a dumb idea, that the overwhelming majority of Americans are going to tell you what a dumb idea it is, and they're probably going to tell you a lot more than that in a public comment period. But I do realize that, you know, hearing from the people these days is a little bit out of favor across the aisle. I hope that this is a moment for you to reconsider this position that you've been taking, denying town halls, and you know, what better way than to just have a simple public comment period on this knucklehead idea of renaming the Gulf of Mexico. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I oppose the amendment. The amendment would require the Department of Interior to conduct a public comment period pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act. This amendment breaks with precedent and law as name changes subject to executive orders or congressional direction are not required to go through the APA process. And I will note that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have offered 3 name changes to the Gulf of America, and I don't think there's been any kind of public comment period before those changes were proposed. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, designated Brownlee number 27. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Julia, do you want to report it? No. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 2. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if Congress decides, against the overwhelming will of the American people, that we should officially rename the Gulf of Mexico, let's be very clear about what this move to call it the Gulf of America actually means. My amendment is a simple statement that puts the name change in context, because as I've mentioned before, President Trump was not the first one to come up with this idea. In fact, it was the late-night comedy host Stephen Colbert back in 2010. This was at a time when the Deepwater Horizon disaster was raging. And to quote Stephen Colbert, he said, "I don't think we can call it the Gulf of Mexico anymore. We broke it. We bought it." That was the joke, and now the joke is on us. As my amendment says, the 2010 disaster resulted in the deaths of 11 workers, 134 million gallons of oil spilled into the Gulf over 87 days, the demise of thousands of marine mammals and sea turtles, and billions of dollars in economic loss from the fishing, outdoor, recreation, and tourism industries resulted. Big oil broke the Gulf, and the American people had to foot the bill for most of that disaster. My amendment notes that that BP was allowed to deduct $15.3 billion of its historic $20 billion settlement with the federal government over the disaster on its taxes, a massive tax break for these billionaires on the backs of the American people. And we are just days away from the 15th anniversary of the Deepwater Horizon disaster. Unfortunately, though, we are no closer to learning anything from it. The Trump administration is pushing ahead to expand drilling in the Gulf, including the ultra-deep water in the very area of the 2010 disaster. This deepwater drilling is especially dangerous because, as we saw in 2010, it is enormously difficult to reach and plug these wells when something goes wrong. It requires very specialized expertise and technology to work under incredibly technically challenging conditions. And as we've learned time and again, where you drill, you spill. That is a fact. It is unavoidable. And a spill in ultra deep water is especially tragic. Now, we are creating a perfect storm right now for the next catastrophic oil spill, because the Trump administration is opening a lot of these waters to more drilling, and Republican members of Congress are moving forward with mandating oil and gas leasing to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. And all of this while the administration is firing federal workers who keep us safe. They're the same agencies and workers that enforce safety regulations, that oversee the oil and gas industry to make sure they're not cutting corners, like the corners that were cut that led to the Deepwater Horizon disaster. So we are inviting more disasters, more deaths, more fish, birds, and coasts smothered in oil, more harm to the millions of people whose lives, livelihoods, and recreational interests depend on the Gulf of Mexico. So look, if you're going to set up these conditions for America to absolutely wreck the Gulf again, let's just be honest about what that renaming means. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Chairman.
Mr. Lamalfa, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I was out in the hall for a minute, and I only caught part of the recent there. Was this the sludge ball that's going down the Klamath River from the removed dams in my district that we're talking about causing all the wildlife harm, or is that some other subject that I was missing there? I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Is that a question, an inquiry? I'd love to answer.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 2. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. I recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Velasquez number 12. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment says that the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico should not take effect if it's going to cost taxpayers money. So as President Trump and co-president Elon Musk used Doge to dismantle our government under the false pretenses of concerns about national debt, here you are, adding to the national debt. If my colleagues care about government efficiency, they will not devote time and resources to this political stunt. It costs money to replace maps, signs, documents, brochures, and books. It takes real staff time, which costs money too. One estimate is upward of $1 billion. $500 million for highway and road signs, $200 million for maritime charts and digital navigation, $100 million for government documents, $50 to $150 million for education and textbooks. What we should all care about is the Trump-Musk administration taking apart core government functions by slashing critical funding and firing devoted public servants. It is jeopardizing our emergency preparedness and putting more lives at risk. It is cutting funding for environmental justice grants that invest directly in communities that have suffered the most because of climate disaster. It is blowing a hole in our economy by getting rid of tens of thousands of jobs across the country. It's dismantling the government that serves us day by day. Working families across the country deserve better than this spectacle. I urge support for my amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? I recognize Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support this amendment. And look, it's bad enough to be doing this naming bill that nobody wants, that the American people clearly think is a dumb idea. But it adds insult to injury to then put it on the taxpayers' tab and actually pay all of these costs that Ms. Velasquez just outlined. Is not insignificant, these costs. So look, if you have to do this just to kiss up to Donald Trump, just find one of your oligarchs to pay for it. Don't ask the American people, as they are sacrificing with so many of these cuts to things that they need in their lives, as you're gutting the Social Security Administration, getting ready to hammer Medicaid, doing all of these other reckless and indiscriminate cuts that will make their cost of living higher, their life more difficult. At least don't ask them to pay for this dumb thing. Get one of your oligarchs to do it, and I think passing this amendment is a great way to make sure that that is the case. I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I oppose the amendment. This amendment would effectively give the Congressional Budget Office or the CBO a veto power over legislation that is otherwise passed by Congress. While I oppose giving an unelected government official veto power over Congress, I do have good news for my colleagues, and that is that CBO is already required to produce a cost estimate for bills before Congress, and this bill is no different than that. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back. If there is no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the, I recognize Mr. Lamalfa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to remember back when I was in the state legislature, there was legislation to change the name of the California Department of Fish and Game to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. At the time, when we asked, what's the price going to be? And they said, well, we're not going to immediately do that. We'll use up the supplies we have, the letterhead and the patches on the shoulders and the tags on, the stickers on the door of the vehicles and stuff. But within just a short amount of time, just a few months, it was all changed over anyway. I guess, Madam Chairman, I was just curious what that would have cost for that feel-good name change there in my home state of California, and how many people in this room supported that as well. But I'll yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If there is no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velazquez, designated Velazquez number 12. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not
Madam
adopted.
Chair, on that, I request a recording vote.
A recorded vote has been requested, and further proceedings on the amendment designated Velazquez number 12 will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Dexter number 15. Without objection, the amendment is considered read. Ms. Dexter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is simple. It states that the Gulf of Mexico cannot be renamed under this or any other act until the Office of the Inspector General at the Department of Interior is fully funded. One of this committee's top priorities should be to protect the people whose jobs are to identify real waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption in the federal government. That is exactly the role of the Inspectors General. They are independent watchdogs. Every major federal agency has one, and they don't serve the president, they serve the public. They do not change from administration to administration because they look for inefficiency and corruption regardless of who occupies the White House. On January 24th, 2025, President Trump fired more than 15 inspectors general in an email that lacked the justification or the 30-day notice to Congress required by law. The 3 inspectors general in this committee's jurisdiction were all included in that mass firing: Department of the Interior, Department of Commerce, and Department of Agriculture. All 3 of these inspectors general were effective. Together, Mark Greenblatt, the former inspector general at the DOI, Phyllis Fong, the former inspector general for USDA, and Jill Basinger, the former inspector general at Commerce, uncovered serious wrongdoings and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer dollars. So it's no surprise that a president surrounded by a scandal wanted them gone. During Trump's previous term, it was the inspectors general who uncovered repeated misconduct. Their work exposed, documented, and reported ethics violations and financial abuses. Trump's decision to dismiss these inspectors general sends a clear message to their successors. Make the wrong finding and your job is at risk. This is an abuse of power and undermines the very purpose of these independent watchdogs. Protecting the independence of the inspectors general has been a bipartisan priority since Congress created the positions. Congress must stand up to protect them. We must also ensure that the independent and important work of the offices of the inspectors general continues. I urge strong support for my amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? I will recognize myself. I oppose the amendment. Inspectors general play an important role in fighting waste, fraud, and abuse in our government. However, the fiscal question raised by this amendment is not relevant to the bill before us. Funding priorities for fiscal year 2025 have already been signed into law. And while I'm certain there will be opportunities for the minority to engage the Committee on Appropriations to express their priorities for fiscal year 2026, this is not the right time for that. I oppose the amendment and I yield back. No further discussion on the amendment. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, designated Dexter number 15. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, may I have a recorded vote, please?
A recorded vote has been requested, and further proceedings on the amendment designated Dexter number 15 will be postponed. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Dexter number 1. Without objection, the amendment is considered read. Ms. Dexter?
Thank you again, Madam Chair. My amendment, number 1, would make it crystal clear that the renaming of this bill does not in any way infringe upon the freedom of the press. It also clarifies that this bill does not authorize the federal government to engage in retribution or censorship of a news organization that uses a name that reflects reality. Let's be real. This bill and the executive order it attempts to reinforce is not just absurd, it's unserious, ineffective, and quite frankly, beneath the dignity of this institution. Changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico doesn't make it so. The rest of the world will continue to call it what it is, the Gulf of Mexico. President Trump is obviously very unhappy that the press won't play along, going so far as to ban Associated Press reporters from the Oval Office over this nonsense. Our courts are standing up against these attacks, but let's not ignore the parallel here. These attempts are exactly the kind of behavior we see from authoritarian regimes. This is not the legacy our founding fathers and veterans have fought for. This must not become what this country stands for. Americans didn't ask for or vote for this name change. Americans struggle across the country while we were elected to defend the values that make this country strong, including our fundamental right to free speech. In the United States, we're constitutionally guaranteed the right to challenge power, to speak truth to it, and to laugh when leaders make ridiculous claims. That's not disrespect. It's critical for a healthy democracy. Frankly, ours is sick right now, and we must fight for it. This administration may have no regard for the Constitution, but Congress must. That's why I'm offering this amendment today. It's ludicrous that it has come to this. I implore us all to support this amendment, reaffirming our commitment to the U.S. Constitution, free speech, and a free and independent press. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Mr. Huffman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support the gentlelady's amendment. You know, freedom of the press is a core American right. It always has been. And there's a reason why it is right up front in the Constitution, the very first amendment. The Gulf of America naming debacle gives us a perfect case study on the importance of the press in American democracy, because I've pointed out that one of the first uses of this Gulf of America saying, which actually started out as a joke, was comedian Stephen Colbert back in 2010 during the Deepwater Horizon disaster. But it turns out that the idea to rename the Gulf goes all the way back to the Bush administration and the Board of Geographic Names, which actually considered this but rejected it as a dumb idea back in 2006. But the USGS tried to keep that fact quiet once President Trump started talking about renaming the Gulf in 2025. How do we know this? Because of journalists. A journalist used the Freedom of Information Act to find out about this earlier attempt to change the name. If things continue the way they're going, those freedoms may not be around too much longer. Our colleagues across the aisle love to throw these words around and say that they're for freedom and liberty, but that flies right out the window whenever we encounter something that challenges Donald Trump. And at that point, it becomes cancel culture on ketamine. Canceling place names and history and all kinds of speech, canceling journalists and judges and media outlets. Students are being arrested, detained, and deported right now without any due process simply because of what they say, their protected speech. And we've got a Secretary of State who boasts of going through files on these folks and finding people that are saying things that he disagrees with and revoking their visas. That's what freedom of speech has come to under this administration. The president has sanctioned law firms for no other reason than the fact that they represented his political opponents. He kicked the Associated Press out of the White House press pool because they continue to use the term Gulf of Mexico. So look, this bill, the underlying bill we're considering today, is absolutely a joke. But MAGA attacks on our free press and free speech, this is really serious stuff. And this amendment is serious stuff. I urge my colleagues to vote for it, and I yield back.
I now recognize myself. I oppose this amendment, and I would encourage those members who wish to debate matters related to the freedom of the press to contact the Judiciary Committee. However, this amendment is unrelated to the underlying legislation, which aims to codify the name of the Gulf of America, and it does not improve the legislation. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, designated Dexter number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote has been requested, and further proceedings on the amendment designated Dexter number 1 will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Rivas number 11. Without objection, the amendment is considered read. Ms. Rivas, am I saying your name correctly?
Rivas.
Rivas,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I discussed at length during the hearing for H.R. 276, the bill to rename the Gulf of Mexico is an unserious bill introduced solely to appeal to the vanity of the president. This bill does nothing to answer the questions that my constituents ask me when I go home. This past weekend, as the president won a participation trophy in his own golf tournament, my constituents continue to struggle with rising costs of their groceries. They worry if their Medicaid and Social Security benefits will be safe. And they juggle their working family without accessible or affordable childcare. Working families across the country are hurting, and frankly, they're scared. And here we are today debating frivolous bills like renaming the Gulf of Mexico, which will not alleviate their fears or instill confidence that this body can improve their lives. This is why I'm offering an amendment to H.R. 276 that actually addresses what working families care about. My amendment would ensure that the Gulf of Mexico cannot be renamed until the Secretary of the Interior can assess that this bill will actually lower grocery prices, improve the GDP, create jobs, and lower the unemployment rate, things that Americans care about. For context, the Department of the Interior's Office of Policy Analysis provides economic analysis on programs and policies within the department. And these analyses can better inform decision makers like this body to create policy that works for Americans. My amendment would require the Office of Policy Analysis to provide this committee with an assessment to determine if this bill would improve the economy and working families' daily lives. This includes lower food prices, including bringing the price of eggs below $4 per dozen, growth of the gross domestic product of at least 2 to 3% annually, create jobs, including adding at least 250,000 new jobs per month, and lower the unemployment rate to under 3%. Opposing my amendment today is saying that you don't care about lowering cost of living expenses, creating jobs, nor improving our economy. Supporting my amendment is a vote for the people. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this is just a perfect amendment for this moment. We know President Trump really wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico. It's equivalent, the geographic equivalent perhaps of that participation trophy that he gave himself playing golf this weekend. It would really gratify his ego. But you know what? When he ran for president, he promised to do a lot of big and important things for the American people. He said that he would lower food prices, that he would bring the price of eggs down, that the economy would prosper, that he would create jobs, that he would lower unemployment rate. And we're going in the opposite direction. The economy is cratering. The stock market is crashing. Food prices are projected to continue rising higher than average this year. And that's before the tariffs and the trade wars started kicking in. So we are going the wrong way, folks, on core things that the American people thought they were getting, that President Trump promised he would deliver to them. And so what could be more appropriate than a little bit of accountability here? You only get your participation trophy. You only get your vanity renaming of the Gulf of Mexico if you actually deliver on all those things you said you would do. Great amendment by my colleague, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I oppose the amendment. Again, the purpose of this amendment is simply to rename the Gulf of America and codify that into law. If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas, designated Rivas number 11. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chairs, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded
A
vote.
recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Rivas number 11 will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Anasari, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Anasari number 9. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it extremely hypocritical that we are here today debating a meaningless bill that is nothing more than pandering to President Trump as Americans are on the brink of the next recession. I also find it extremely hypocritical that my Republican colleagues have promised over and over again to champion lower energy prices while at the same time rolling over on President Trump's tariff policies. Today, President Trump is implementing tariffs of up to 50% on goods that Americans rely on daily, more now for imports from China. This is the sharpest increase in tariffs the U.S. has enacted in 200 years. From clothing to electronics to groceries, we're going to see rising inflation that working class Americans simply cannot afford. We've already seen American markets plunge. Roughly $11.1 trillion has been wiped away from the U.S. stock market since President Trump took office. And $6.6 trillion of that was lost just this past Thursday and Friday. Economic experts agree these policies are going to hurt you, American consumers, families, and businesses. I heard from a constituent just today who has lost $48,000 in their retirement because of the tariffs. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell believes we, quote, face a highly uncertain outlook with elevated risks of both higher unemployment and higher inflation, end quote, due to these tariffs. And on energy prices specifically, President Trump is enacting policy that directly raises the cost of gas at the pump. On day one, President Trump restarted liquid natural gas exports to non-free trade agreement countries. Unconstrained exports of LNG could increase wholesale domestic natural gas prices by over 30%. Households could pay well over $100 more per year by 2050. This is not what our constituents elected us to do. Even before these tariffs were enacted, it was clear that there is a very real cost of living crisis in the United States. The average minimum wage earner in the U.S. would have to work 106 hours per week to afford the median priced apartment rent at $1,559. 1 in 3 American households today experience energy poverty, which means that they cannot afford the amount of electricity they need because of financial constraints. If my Republican colleagues truly care about the welfare of the American people, they should stand with us and take real action, starting with voting for my amendment that this bill not take effect until the Secretary of Interior certifies that U.S. trade policies will not increase energy costs for American consumers. Thank you, and I yield back to the ranking member.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Randall, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And, I'm speaking in strong support of my colleague's amendment. We're hearing over and over and over from our neighbors that the real challenges they're facing are not what somebody uses a Sharpie to correct on a map, but how they are going to be able to afford to keep a roof over their head, food on their table, and to pay their bills. And at the same time that this administration is cutting LIHEAP, real energy assistance for real working people to keep the lights on, to keep their fridges cold, to keep their food healthy, to ensure that their children are able to live safely, we are talking about renaming the Gulf of Mexico and not lowering energy costs for families. So I know what you're going to say, Mr. Chair, is that this bill is not germane, or this amendment is not germane to the bill, which simply seeks to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. But what we are saying is that we should be working on other policy, that our priorities are to lower the costs for families, to make sure that people can afford to live in this country, and not to stroke the ego of someone who is only concerned with their billionaire supporters and not the everyday lives of the American people. And every day, people ask me what is most surprising about serving in Congress. And to me, what is most surprising is that every member of this Congress is not standing up to demand their constitutional authority of oversight and instead seeking to support the agenda of the executive branch instead of providing a check and balance as we are responsible to do. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment and certainly want to associate myself with the comments that my two colleagues have just made. It is deeply tone deaf for this body to be prioritizing a vanity bill like this while our economy is out there in flames, while the stock market is crashing, while families across America are feeling the hurt from Donald Trump's trade wars and prices are rising, stock market crashes are wiping out retirement savings. American businesses are trying right now to navigate an increasingly uncertain economic landscape as the markets are upended, the global markets are upended, global supply chains interrupted. This is absolute chaos. And President Trump has called it temporary pain. Well, I mean, maybe Donald Trump and his billionaire oligarch pals can absorb that kind of temporary pain. Most Americans cannot. Most Americans won't be able to wait it out for the years that it will take to recover from all of this calamity and destruction. So look, a few weeks ago, House Republicans passed a government funding bill that in the rule for that bill surrendered the House of Representatives Article 1 authority to override this president on tariffs, to put some sideboards and checks on this insane policy that is crashing the global economy. I think that was a terrible mistake. I think it was an abdication of our responsibility as an independent branch of government. I don't know why you would unilaterally surrender that authority in something like a rule for a government funding bill, but here's a chance to claim a little bit of it back through this amendment to at least say to Donald Trump, you only get your vanity bill, your renaming bill, if we can be sure that your crazy policies are not driving up costs for the American people. Is that too much to ask? Let's claim back a little bit of common sense and Article 1 authority and pass this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Hernandez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to join and support my colleagues' amendments and also echo their statements. I completely agree with them. We have so many more important things to address right now than renaming the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. And I came to Congress criticizing my predecessors for focusing or wasting their time really on efforts that produce no results, efforts that some of which were under the jurisdiction of this committee. Little did I expect that I would come to this committee and spend time debating whether we're going to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And little did I expect that having so many problems in Puerto Rico, which is under the jurisdiction of this committee, problems related to economic development that are worsening in light of the tariffs, problems related to the generation and distribution of energy that should be addressed before we address silly things such as renaming the Gulf of Mexico, and problems about just basic good governance that I feel this committee is failing in addressing by spending and allocating time in these sort of silly measures. So I'd like to state my support for my colleagues' amendments, for their statements, and vote in favor of Congresswoman Ansari's amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself, and I will say I agree on the point that we do need to be addressing high inflationary costs. We need to be addressing energy security for the future. And we'll also say that we've had many hearings already on things like energy security, energy dominance, and also on how we address the permitting issues that are hindering those developments here in our country. And I assure all of my colleagues on the committee, you will have many chances to vote on good energy policy and on permitting reform as we move forward. But today's bill is about codifying the name of Gulf of America. I oppose this amendment, but I do look forward to when we have those rigorous debates on energy security for the future and the votes that we will be taking on that. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari, designated Ansari number 9. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Ansari number 9 will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Randall 34. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment simply directs or is explicit that the policy doesn't take effect. We don't rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America until you, sir, certify that Congress will not direct or authorize the sale of public lands to raise revenue in reconciliation. Now, if we are serious about putting America first, then we have to be serious about maintaining the special place that we live, to ensuring that our public lands remain a jewel in this world. And I, have the great honor of representing Washington's 6th congressional district, which includes, the only temperate rainforest in the Northern Hemisphere, includes the Olympic Mountains, includes such wild lands that are, special not only for people across Washington who travel there, but people around the country and the world who come to the Olympic Peninsula in order to see wildlife that they wouldn't otherwise be able to see, in order to walk through the Hall of Mosses, to see trees that are older than anyone living. We have so many special public lands across our country that attract tourism dollars, that ensure folks are able to maintain their livelihoods, that bring science to our communities, that ensure that folks are able to do research on animals that are facing extinction, to allow us to study the wilderness, to appreciate the wilderness, and to safeguard that legacy for generations to come. Now, our president is proposing selling off a lot of our public lands in order to give tax breaks to his billionaire supporters. And I would just ask, Mr. Chair, that you support this amendment and strongly stand in support of our public lands, which I know are so important to you, to protect and preserve our legacy for generations to come.
The gentlelady yield back. Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support this amendment, and what I appreciate about it is it's taking a bill that does nothing for the American people and doesn't advance any of our values here in the Natural Resources Committee, and it's bringing it back to something we actually should be doing as a House Natural Resources Committee, which is protecting the intergenerational legacy of our public lands. And this is not an idle threat right now. This committee has been assigned a pretty big number in budget reconciliation for Republicans to pay for their tax cuts for billionaires. And one of the obvious ways to achieve that number and check the box for this committee's pay for, and this is something that many Republicans in the administration and in Congress have dropped hints about repeatedly in recent months, is to sell off public lands, to devolve them off to private interests. People have talked about building new cities, all kinds of extreme things that I think the American people would strongly, if not fiercely, oppose. So I think it's entirely reasonable through this amendment to bring some of our time back to something we should be doing, assuring the American people that some of these extreme and very controversial ideas are not going to happen under the chairman's watch in budget reconciliation. Doesn't seem like it's asking too much at all. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I oppose this amendment, although I am flattered by this amendment. Apparently, I have special powers to be able to certify the actions of Congress. I'll remind you, my name is Bruce, but it's not Bruce Almighty, and I don't think any of us have the ability to certify any kind of action in Congress, since we are one of 435, and then we've got the Senate to deal with as well. But I do appreciate the flattery. I still am going to have to oppose the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, designated Randall number 34. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Randall number 34 will be postponed. I will make an announcement. We're going to do one more amendment, and then we're going to recess until approximately 1:15. But there is lunch back in the office for any member who wants to stay here and have lunch. I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Brownlee 36. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill will be cold comfort for even the minority of Americans that support it, because regardless of what you call it, the Gulf of Mexico is still where hurricanes turn from inconvenient to catastrophic. My amendment would prohibit the Gulf name change from taking effect until Trump and Musk stop slashing and fully restore federal jobs, programs, and offices of NOAA that contribute to monitoring and responding to extreme weather. Our country is currently able to deliver reasonable, accurate tropical weather forecasts, assist communities with disaster preparedness, and provide some assistance afterward to help people get back on their feet. But because of the Trump and Elon Musk takedown of critical government workers and services, this work is in jeopardy. Firing hundreds of employees at NOAA, cutting or pausing hundreds of millions in grants to make communities more resilient, abolishing our emergency management agency, and even discontinuing maintenance of critical weather satellites are just a few of the Trump-Musk lowlights. This mindless destruction of America's natural disaster warning, preparation, and recovery infrastructure is making our country weaker, less safe, and less prosperous. It cannot stand. I'm offering this amendment to ensure that we do not miss an opportunity to right these wrongs through this bill. Because whether or not you believe it, climate change is real, and inevitably the next big storm is coming. So let's at least take the first step toward being ready to respond to extreme weather. I urge you to vote for this amendment and the clear choice it presents. Do we care more about bowing before Donald Trump or about restoring essential government services that benefit the people we represent? I ask I yield back and ask for an aye vote.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support Representative Brownlee's amendment. You know, we've never seen anything quite like this government by oligarchy. Three billionaires, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, President Donald Trump, and Doge vandal Elon Musk, are just part of the face of oligarchy that is basically transforming our government into something that serves only them. And unfortunately, some of the collateral damage of what they are doing, the cuts they are making, the pain they are inflicting, that they personally will never feel. But part of the collateral damage is the National Weather Service. National Weather Service provides critical data that Americans rely on all the time, often without even realizing they're doing it. How many of you opened your smartphones and checked the weather before coming to work today? You got to figure out if you need to bring an umbrella, right? Under more serious circumstances, some of us have had to try to find out whether we're in an evacuation zone, whether we should plan on potentially evacuating because of some extreme weather disaster or a catastrophic wildfire. There's so many ways in which Americans benefit from the National Weather Service every single day. And make no mistake, the gutting of this critical federal agency is not about trimming the fat from federal bureaucracy. These oligarchs are interested in taking a machete to programs that Americans depend on so they can reshape our federal government in their image, and to distract us from that real agenda, we're doing things like burning time on trying to rename the Gulf of Mexico. So I think my colleague is right on the mark to bring us back to what's really going on, the stuff that really matters, and defending the National Weather Service. That ought to be something all of us would want to vote for by supporting this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. Again, this amendment, if you're having trouble following along, is simply to codify the name of the Gulf of America. We all, as members of Congress, have priorities that get back to the appropriations process, and I look forward to having a robust appropriations process where we can decide as a House what kind of appropriations measures to send over to the Senate and ultimately get signed into law to show what things are prioritized. But this is not the Appropriations Committee, nor is it the place to decide those issues. Again, I oppose the amendment and ask if there's any further discussion on the amendment. If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, designated Brownlee 36. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded
A
vote.
recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Brownlee 36 will be postponed. I now declare the committee in a recess till approximately 1:15 p.m. Committee will come to order. The chair notes the presence of a quorum. I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Brownlee 38. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we debate perhaps the least consequential piece of legislation in the history of Congress, millions and millions of Americans are reeling from the senseless havoc that Trump, Elon Musk, and their lackeys are causing. Maybe their strategy is to continue making worse and worse decisions so we will forget all the previous incompetent actions they're taking. The true test will be if they're able to top the tariffs fiasco. But let's think back to Inauguration Day, when Trump issued an executive order freezing disbursements of funds under the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. This illegal impoundment is still in effect, contributing to massive economic uncertainty and preventing American communities in need of infrastructure upgrades from accessing tens of billions of dollars of funding. No matter that this spending was directed by Congress, no matter that this spending mostly benefited states and congressional districts currently held by the GOP, congressional Republicans haven't said anything, much less tried to assert their authority as an independent branch of our government and tell the president to change course. That is why I'm offering this amendment as an opportunity for my Republican colleagues to turn this joke of a bill into something that will actually benefit the people of the Gulf Coast. My amendment would condition the name change that Trump wants on the chairman. My amendment would condition the name change that Trump wants on the chairman of this committee, certifying that the Commerce Department has released all funds for the Investing in Coastal Communities and Climate Resilience account administered by NOAA. Despite the fact that these investments are going both red and blue states, the nonpartisan work to support local communities, we've seen threats that this funding might be cut, all to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. So let's adopt this amendment and make this bill more an empty flag-waving exercise. And with that, I ask for an aye vote and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I applaud the gentlelady's multiple efforts to turn this from an empty flag-waving exercise into something at least beneficial and productive for the American people, and certainly defending that critical NOAA coastal funding would be a great outcome in return for giving Trump what he wants here, this vanity bill to rename the Gulf of Mexico. But look, one of the recurring things, the stock phrases that we've heard from the chairman as we go through one amendment after the other is that this is not the Appropriations Committee. And if you want to deal with NOAA funding or any number of other priorities that we've been trying to bring into this conversation and make it something meaningful and productive to give it some connection to the work that this committee should be doing within our jurisdiction, we keep hearing this phrase, take it up with the appropriations process. This is not the Appropriations Committee. The problem, Mr. Chairman, is there is no appropriations process. You folks lit that on fire. We had one, and we came up with a bipartisan deal that reflected all of the work of the appropriators over many, many months, and then Donald Trump and Elon Musk sent a few tweets, and the deal was off. And so we are proceeding for the rest of this fiscal year under a highly partisan government funding bill that just hands a bunch of lump sum money to the President of the United States, and does it in unthinkably under a rule for the House of Representatives that ties the hands of this House in using our emergency authority to override these crazy tariffs that are crashing the global economy and sending the stock market into turmoil. So that's the appropriations process. That's what's left, the smoldering ruins of the appropriations process, making it pretty cold comfort when you tell us to direct our concerns to the appropriations process that you have destroyed. Now, in a few hours today, we're going to take another vote on the House floor, and we just saw the rule for the first time. Once again, that rule unthinkably unilaterally surrenders the authority of the House of Representatives under the National Emergency Authority Act, and prevents us from overriding any Trump tariffs, prevents us from even having a vote on, let's say, a bipartisan Senate bill to override a Trump tariff. This unthinkable unilateral surrender of congressional authority while the economy is in flames, while Donald Trump turns friends into enemies, trading partners into adversaries, crashes the stock market, is the most breathtaking dereliction of duty I could ever imagine. So I'm sure we'll hear some reason why the gentlelady's amendment, trying to do something meaningful and constructive, is not germane or somehow should be taken up in an appropriations process. But let's just be very clear about how totally empty and hollow that is, especially in light of the vote that you folks are about to take within the next hour or two, the second time you will have totally surrendered the authority of this body to the great leader of the cult. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Chairman.
Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. I apologize for being late to this markup. I was in my other committee where we were having a markup of substantive bills that actually would improve the lives of the American people, as opposed to this bill, which will do absolutely nothing to make anyone's life better, and in fact, is a bill that the American people decidedly do not want. Marquette University poll found that 71% of Americans are opposed to renaming the Gulf of Mexico. AL.com, that's Alabama, AL.com, 27% of Alabama voters approve changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico. The headline, by the way, of that AL.com story, and again, AL for Alabama, what is Trump's most hated policy? And of course, that is renaming the Gulf of Mexico, because the American people are not idiots. The American people know that this is foolish, and this will not do a thing to lower the cost of living or make us safer or strengthen our economy. Yet this is what President Trump and my Republican colleagues in Congress are focused on. We just had President Trump put the largest tax increase on the middle class in at least 50 years. Trillions of dollars of value have been wiped out of the American economy in the last week. People are losing their retirement savings, their pension money. Businesses are pulling back on their capital investments, pulling back on their hiring because of this craziness. And what are we focused on today? Renaming the Gulf of Mexico, something that 71% of Americans oppose. Are you serious? And so I give a lot of credit to Representative Brownlee for trying to make this bill into something that will actually make people's lives better. Let's use this opportunity, let's use this time, let's use the power that the American people have entrusted us with to do something to actually clean up the Gulf, to help industry in the Gulf states. I used to live in a Gulf state. I represent Rhode Island, but I used to live in Louisiana. And the Gulf is the lifeblood of that whole region of the country. We understand that. But that doesn't come from the name. That comes from making sure that it is clean, that it is productive, that we have a strong fishing industry, that we have a strong shipbuilding industry, a strong tourism industry. And so this amendment would actually make a substantive difference in improving the lives of people who make their living from the Gulf, as opposed to this performative nonsense that the president seems to be focused on. So I thank my colleague, Ms. Brownlee. I thank those who are trying to be productive with this opportunity the American people have given us by electing us to Congress. Let's listen to the American people. They recognize that this whole thing is dumb. We should not be focused on changing names on a map. We should be focused on rescuing this economy from the largest tax increase in a generation that Donald Trump has just imposed. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I oppose the amendment, and Mr. Huffman talked about the appropriations process. This amendment actually doesn't have anything to do with the appropriations process. It has to do with mandatory spending and the Inflation Reduction Act that, as we know, had the opposite effect of reducing inflation, actually fueled the spending spree from the previous administration and helped drive the inflation crisis that the country has felt over the last several years. But again, this legislation doesn't have anything to do with mandatory spending or discretionary spending. It's simply about codifying the name of the Gulf of America. I oppose the amendment, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, designated Brownlee 38. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'll ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded
Mr.
vote
Chair.
has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Brownlee 38 will be postponed. I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gray, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Gray 13. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think the chairman or the ranking member are going to be surprised that I'm about to talk about the importance of water and its role in food production. Water sustains agriculture, the environment, energy production, and the Bureau of Reclamation plays a crucial role in helping us respond to our water challenges. With this amendment, instead of focusing on executive orders to rename a Gulf, this committee could be focused on putting a stop to staffing cuts and funding pauses that are impacting Reclamation's work, such as the San Luis Reservoir Expansion Project in the Central Valley in my district. This would be the first investment, I want the committee to hear this, in increased water storage in federal government Central Valley projects since the 1970s in California. It's critical for the future of San Joaquin Valley, critical for food production and agriculture. However, there's uncertainty being thrown into the project's advancement due to delays in the project. The schedule has been caused by chaotic staffing changes, a funding freeze at the Department of Interior. This amendment would help ensure that critical water funding provided by Congress for water supply would not be siphoned off or reduced. You know, Mr. Chairman, I'm one of the most conservative members on the Democratic side. I was the founder of the California Problem Solvers Caucus, a bipartisan group in California and state legislature. I have a history of working in a bipartisan fashion in California. And while I certainly take the chairman at his word earlier today that we're going to get opportunities to vote on permitting reform, energy issues, water issues that will actually do good in my district, I have to say that since arriving in Congress 3 months ago, I've spent way too much time voting on partisan messaging nonsense bills. And here we have another one today. So while I understand that the chairman's likely to say this amendment does not comply with this particular bill, that is exactly the point, which is we could be working on things in a bipartisan fashion to actually improve this country, improve California, improve agriculture and water supply. And I hope my colleagues can support my amendment today to protect our water infrastructure that Congress has already enacted. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back my time.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support this amendment. This is another attempt by Democrats on the committee to take a totally meaningless and hollow exercise trying to rename the Gulf of Mexico and through amendments actually turn it into something that does some good for some of the people that we are supposed to represent. And you would think with so many Westerners on this committee that they would jump at the chance to do something like protect critical water infrastructure funding for the Bureau of Reclamation. The truth is, we have made incredible progress in recent years, historic levels of Western water infrastructure investment, over $8 billion in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, funding that is making a huge difference for water managers in California and other parts of the West. And there's also some critical drought resilience and water infrastructure funding in the Inflation Reduction Act. Both of these pieces of legislation, President Trump has frozen funding, tried to claw back grants and programs, and basically tried to take us backward on something that should be above and beyond politics, water reliability. Now, that Inflation Reduction Act in particular was mischaracterized a moment ago by the chairman, who said that it has done the opposite of reduce inflation, that it contributed to an inflationary spending situation that's driven costs up. It's done just the opposite. In fact, the Inflation Reduction Act, you may recall, none of you voted for it, but you may recall it was fully paid for. And I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record a fact sheet from the White House, from wh.gov, that shows since the enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act, inflation, guess what, went down. Now it's going back up again with President Trump at the helm and sending our entire global economic order into chaos. But in the enactment of that law and in the 2 years after that enactment, inflation consistently went down and down and down.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So look, this is a sensible amendment. Anyone from the West, anyone in the country should want to support the progress that we've made on funding water infrastructure and water supply reliability. Urge colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there is no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Gray, designated Gray, number 13. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, can I request a recorded vote?
A recorded vote has been requested by the gentleman from California. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Gray number 13 will be postponed. Pursuant to the markup notice, it is now in order to consider H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act of 2025. I ask unanimous consent that the subcommittee...
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, I hate to interrupt, but I do have one more amendment.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's an amendment at the desk?
Yes, here it is.
Present that amendment.
Thank you very much. It's a really good one. You're going to like it.
We're really going to like it. The clerk will designate the amendment.
I haven't been given an amendment.
Provide the copies to her.
Do you want to take this copy? Here.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
You'll need to present that.
Thank you very much.
Grab me that old. And grab me the... What purpose does the gentleman from...
Or just go through this pursuant to markup notice, and then without objection, the minute bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point, and then he can offer his amendment.
Okay, now you know his amendment is not on this bill. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be recognized for one last amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, an amendment to the Westerman A&S to H.R. 2276, offered by Congressman Huffman from California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I will now recognize the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our grand finale, or you might say our grand denali. It is a simple and reasonable amendment that would prevent this legislation from taking effect until the President restores the widely supported name of Denali to Alaska's and North America's highest peak. And frankly, this amendment fits pretty naturally within the scope of this bill. Let me remind members that the bill is not just about renaming the Gulf, it's about enacting the President's executive order on place names, location names. You don't have to take my word for it. At the hearing, Subcommittee Chair Hageman described the bill as legislation that, quote, aims to codify part of President Trump's Executive Order 14172, restoring names that honor American greatness. Now, this bill's sponsor primarily began her testimony by saying, and I again quote, "I'd like to thank Chairman Westerman and Chairwoman Hageman for considering my bill at this subcommittee hearing today to codify President Trump's executive order." So personally, I am strongly opposed to the Gulf of America portion of that executive order. We've talked about some of the reasons why this is a nonsensical waste of time, but I propose here a compromise. If the majority wants to enshrine the Gulf part of the executive order, we should at least undo the Denali part. Leaving both name changes in place makes no sense because both are deeply unpopular and frankly absurd. When President Trump announced his Gulf of America plan, a Marquette University poll found 71% of respondents opposed the name change. Only 29% were in favor. We've heard about other polling in Alabama and other places that very much track these results. No one wants to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico beyond Donald Trump and a handful of his minions. Likewise, a YouGov poll taken just days after Trump was sworn in found similar results, almost the exact same results. A Reuters Ipsos survey found a supermajority of Americans disapprove of renaming the Gulf. And the push to rename Denali is equally unpopular, especially in Alaska. Polling cited by Alaska's news source shows Alaskans themselves oppose this name change by a roughly 2-to-1 margin. No surprise then that Alaska's 2 U.S. senators quickly announced their opposition and introduced legislation to restore the name Denali. So the president's push has also received intense pushback from Alaska state politicians, and this includes lots of Republicans. The Alaska legislature passed a resolution on February 7th urging President Trump to retain the historic name Denali, which was used in the region until the late 1800s. Mr. Chairman, we should all join Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski in calling on the president to, quote, show honor, respect, and gratitude to the Athabascan people of Alaska by restoring the name Denali to North America's highest peak, instead of naming it after a president who was not from Alaska and never set foot in Alaska. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment and show a little respect for Alaskans, for Native heritage, and for the American people who overwhelmingly oppose these political stunts. I yield back.
I'll recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. Not only was it submitted a few moments ago, but the amendment is unrelated to the underlying legislation. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from New Mexico for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will take a little bit of umbrage with the idea that it is unrelated to the underlying bill because it is actually the same executive order and set of orders that the president signed that both renamed the Gulf of Mexico and which renamed Denali. So it is directly related both in policy and in substance. But I think the best thing that I can do is actually read the words of an Alaskan. And I know that the ranking member just did a moment ago read from one of Senator Murkowski's statements, but I want to read from her press release on February 13th of this year. Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska today introduced legislation that would officially designate North America's highest mountain as Denali, the name bestowed by Alaska's Koyukon Athabascans. The bill would require that any reference in U.S. laws, maps, regulations, or other records would refer to the mountain as Denali. And her quote says, "In Alaska, it's Denali. Once you see it in person and take in the majesty of its size and breathe in its cold air, you can understand why the Koyukon Athabascans referred to it as the Great One. This isn't a political issue. Alaskans from every walk of life have long been advocating for this mountain to be recognized by its true name. That's why today I once again introduced legislation that would officially keep this mountain's quintessential name, Denali." She then goes on to explain that the state of Alaska recognized its name in 1975 and that this has been the name of the mountain since time immemorial. This is not just a matter of respect. This is a matter of federal consultation with our Alaska Native tribes. And so I respectfully, Mr. Chairman, strongly support this amendment and oppose the underlying bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Huffman, designated Huffman number 49. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Request a roll call vote.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested, and further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. Good to go? Okay.
No more for you?
Okay,
Sorry.
terrific. Pursuant to the markup notice, it is now in order to consider H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act of 2025. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries be discharged from further consideration of the bill. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Does any member wish to be recognized for the purposes for debate on the bill? And I'm going to recognize myself for an opening statement. This bill requires the Secretary of Interior to reissue the 2020 Department of Interior final rule that delisted gray wolves in the lower 48 states and would preclude judicial review because of activist judges. As everyone in Wisconsin knows, this is something we've seen far too often, as a judge in Oakland, California vacated in 2020 delisting and unilaterally put it back on the Endangered Species Act list by judicial fiat. Wisconsinites know best when it comes to managing Wisconsin's wolf population, and it's long past time we empowered Wisconsin to do so, as well as every other state that has a gray wolf population. It's also why back in 2015, 26 scientists called for the Great Lakes population of gray wolves to be removed from the Endangered Species Act. The data is clear. The population has recovered, and we have waited long enough. The gray wolf has been the latest Endangered Species Act recovery success story, with significant populations in the Rocky Mountains and the Western Great Lakes regions. When federal protections were established for wolves in the Great Lakes region, population levels were in the hundreds, whereas now they are well over 4,000, estimated around 4,400 in Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. The populations have been bouncing back and forth between being listed and delisted, and this bill provides a permanent solution by returning population management back to the states. There's something we should all remember. When a species is removed from the Endangered Species Act, it's something we should celebrate because it is a success story. When a species has recovered, it enables us to use our limited time and resources to concentrate our efforts to protect and recover other species that truly are under threat of risk of extinction. It is well past time to return management to the states, and this is a legislative fix to do so. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back. Is there further discussion on the bill? I recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HR 845 would strip the Endangered Species Act protections from all gray wolves in the lower 48 states, reinstating a misguided rule from President Trump's first term that was overturned by the courts. This bill would undermine the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's ongoing work to develop a national recovery plan for gray wolves for the first time. The plan, due by December 12th of this year, is essential for guiding a science-based recovery and eventual delisting of gray wolves in the lower 48. The Fish and Wildlife Service has struggled to comply with the Endangered Species Act when it comes to gray wolves because it keeps focusing on individual states or specific areas. While wolf populations are thriving in some of these areas, many parts of the range still need attention as required by the ESA. A nationwide recovery plan will allow the Fish and Wildlife Service to focus efforts on areas where wolves are in need of help while relieving pressure on areas where they're thriving. But instead of supporting the recovery planning process, we're now once again looking at bypassing science and undermining the ESA. The success of the ESA is clear. For example, the wolf reintroduction in Yellowstone National Park restored local ecosystems balance, and nationally, wolf populations have rebounded from a few hundred in the Great Lakes region to approximately 7,500 across at least 11 states. This is a direct result of the Endangered Species Act. While wolf numbers have increased in the West, the ESA rightly requires more than simple population counts for delisting. By law, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service must assess other threats like habitat loss, disease, state management plans, and other factors while also consulting with tribes. This bill would ignore these critical steps and would bypass the scientific process. Delisting the species based on political whims instead of scientific consensus is wrong and sets a dangerous precedent. Congress is not better equipped than wildlife biologists to determine a species recovery status. The bill disregards the Fish and Wildlife Service's findings that while some wolf populations in a few specific areas are doing well, others are not. Additionally, this bill fails to mandate federal consultation with tribes. The federal government has a responsibility to partner with tribal nations to manage wildlife. This bill also does not give an incentive to states to adopt strong conservation measures. After previous delisting in 2011 and 2020, some states implemented aggressive wolf hunting policies, even offering bounties, undermining conservation efforts and reviving the very practices that decimated wolf populations in the first place. Furthermore, the bill would prevent judicial review of the delisting, which is a clear sign its proponents are aware of the scientific flaws in this rule. While some portray wolves as merely cold killers or promote conspiracy theories, Congress should not base its decisions on myths, but rather on sound science that reflect the true value of wolves in our ecosystems. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. I now recognize the gentlelady from Wyoming for 5 minutes.
You know, I've been involved in these wolf issues for several decades now. And to say that states are fully capable of managing this apex predator and maintaining recovered wolf populations is really an understatement. All we need to do is look at Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho, and you can see the success story that has happened over the last 20-some years as those states have taken over management. The recovery goals in those three states was initially 100 wolves in each, Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. That eventually changed to 150 wolves to, as always happens with the Endangered Species Act, to provide a buffer above what the recovery goals were. Wyoming reached the recovery goals in, I believe it was about 2002. Montana and Idaho have a similar history. Over the next 15 years, I fought to delist the wolves in Wyoming and forced the Fish and Wildlife Service to actually manage them in the way that they indicated that they would when they did the recovery plan starting in the mid-1990s. The Fish and Wildlife Service failed in so many ways of actually managing these wolves and protecting our other wildlife populations, protecting our livestock producers, et cetera, and our communities. But again, Wyoming, stepping up to the plate, as we typically do when it comes to wildlife management, we have maintained over 350 wolves in the state of Wyoming for the last many years. Finally, in 2017, we were successful with the Circuit Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C., of all places, finding that we had met the recovery goals and that Wyoming's wolf management plan provided an adequate regulatory mechanism under the Endangered Species Act so that the state of Wyoming could manage pursuant to our wolf management plan as adopted by our legislature. In Montana and Wyoming, they each have well over 1,000 wolves. And again, I'm going to repeat that. The recovery goal is 150. In each of those states, they have over 1,000 wolves, demonstrating that, yes, the states are fully capable of managing these resources and have historically done so. The problem with the Endangered Species Act and the idea that we can never delist species is it is actually demonstrating that the act itself is the failure. It's not the states that are failing. The states do a very, very good job of managing almost all of our wildlife resources, whether it is elk or moose or antelope or mule deer or a deer or whitetail or wild turkeys or duck or geese. You can go on and on and on and go through all of the species. It's the states that manage these resources, not the federal government, not the Fish and Wildlife Service. And in fact, even when you're talking about a species that is on the endangered species list, it is often the state that is responsible for the management. Just as an example, the state of Wyoming has spent over $1 million recovering and managing the grizzly bear, whereas the Fish and Wildlife Service has spent just a minimal amount of money, not even comparable. What does that mean? What does that demonstrate? Wyoming's the one that is responsible for the recovery of the grizzly bear, not the Fish and Wildlife Service, and really not even the Endangered Species Act. It's the fact that we have really good managers and professionals in the state of Wyoming who know how to do this. So whenever we get into these debates as to whether a particular species that is fully recovered should be delisted, what I find so interesting is that when you argue against it, despite the numbers that we're talking about, when anyone argues against it, what they're really saying is that the Endangered Species Act itself has failed. Not the state managers, not the people who are responsible for these species. So when you look at the gray wolf, whether it's in Minnesota, and we've done a hearing in Minnesota, I've had an opportunity to go and visit with the people who are impacted there. They've lost almost their entire sheep industry in the state of Minnesota because of wolf depredation. You look at their deer population. If you want to talk about wildlife management, the reality is you have to have a balance. You have to have a balance between these, and especially when you're talking about an apex predator, such as a grizzly bear or a gray wolf. I commend the folks who brought this incredibly important bill for bringing it forward. I think, again, this is something to celebrate. The wolf population in the United States has recovered. It is not on the brink of extinction. It is not endangered. It is not threatened. It has been fully recovered in a substantial part of its historical range, including in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and the Great Lakes, Michigan. And so congratulations on bringing this bill. I look forward to supporting it. Thank you for bringing it forward. With that, I yield.
Gentlewoman yields. Is there further discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stauber?
Mr. Hoffman, you may go if you'd like.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I now recognize the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I hope the gentlelady from Wyoming is right. I hope that state wildlife managers really are ready to step up and appreciate this keystone species, not just an apex predator, which sounds a little menacing, but a keystone species that has been part of an incredibly successful recovery with far-reaching ecological benefits. I hope state wildlife managers are ready to have a forward-looking approach for management of wolves. But the past would tell us a different story. And we know when we talk about recovery of a species, the numeric target, the population numbers, are just one factor. There's other factors that have to be considered in determining whether a species is recovered. And the ability of state wildlife managers to actually step in and protect the species from sliding back to extirpation is absolutely one of those factors. It's a critical one, especially in some of these states where there's dark history of things like bounties on killing wolves, of allowing things like the good old boy who recently ran down a wolf with a snow machine, and as it was near death, wrapped duct tape around the muzzle and brought it into a bar in Wyoming to show off to his drinking buddies the incredible cruelness of that. That's what we don't want to go back to. And so it's completely appropriate to let the process, a deliberative, science-based process that considers all of these things, not just a few numbers in isolation, carefully look at this and make sure that this successful reintroduction that we've had for the gray wolf does not slide right back into extirpation in one or more of these states. The goal of the endangered species is to actually recover species, not to pass a bill that says they're recovered when in fact they're not. And so that's really the main problem that we have with this bill. It doesn't do anything for the gray wolf other than ignore science, set the species back down the road to extinction by reinstating a Trump delisting rule that the courts overturned for violating both the Endangered Species Act and the Administrative Procedures Act. The bill would legislatively delist gray wolves across the board, bypassing science that guides these decisions on when and how a species should actually be delisted. Congress, as many pointed out, is not a very scientifically credible institution. We have no business delisting species without the necessary scientific review that should always be the backbone of species conservation efforts. In addition to the science, we have to consider our trust responsibilities to Native tribes. Wolves are sacred to many tribes, and their connection to the species is deeply rooted in their culture and traditions. We should not lightly just cast all of that aside. But when the Trump administration delisted the gray wolf, tribes were not meaningfully consulted as required by treaties and trust responsibilities. Many tribes hold this deep cultural and spiritual tie to the wolf, and they were totally excluded from the conversation. That is a direct violation of their sovereignty and their treaty rights. And then after the wolf was delisted, tribes sued the state of Wisconsin for violating tribal treaty rights by reauthorizing the hunting of hundreds of wolves in 2021. Tribes should be allowed to lead in identifying conservation measures for the wolf populations that are culturally sensitive to them. And if this legislation is enacted, they will not have a chance to do that. They will be cut out of the process once again. I will just say one last thing to my friend from Colorado who's carrying this legislation. I think she should be nicer to wolves. Wolves are really popular in the state of California, as I think the gentlelady knows. Overwhelmingly, the voters of California voted to bring the wolves back to their state. So I would just, Colorado. They're coming back to California too. Yeah, it's okay. It's something we should celebrate. And the gentlelady should remember how popular the wolves are. More popular, in fact, than some of the politicians who try to vilify and kill them. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from Minnesota for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in strong support of a bill I am proud to co-sponsor, H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act of 2025. I want to begin by thanking my two good colleagues, Ms. Boebert, Mr. Tiffany, for their leadership on this important legislation. It's been proven time and time again that the gray wolf is not endangered and in fact has fully recovered. When the gray wolf was listed as threatened in Minnesota under the Endangered Species Act in 1978, a recovery goal of 1,250 to 1,400 wolves was set. Today, according to data from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, we have over 2,700 wolves in Minnesota. But as my constituents will tell you, that is severely an undercount. Many hunters and farmers have stated it is their belief that Minnesota has at least 5,000, maybe 7,000 wolves in our great state. Over half of the gray wolves across the lower 48 are in Minnesota, and most of them can be found in the district I represent in northeastern Minnesota. The gray wolf might be one of the greatest success stories of the ESA, and one that should be celebrated. Now that the species has recovered, it's time to delist and allow the states to manage the gray wolf population. But that's not just my opinion, it's a bipartisan view that's been held by several presidential administrations on both sides of the aisle. In 2009, the Bush administration delisted the gray wolves. Activist groups sued to relist. In 2013, the Obama administration delisted the gray wolves. Activist groups sued to relist. In 2020, the Trump administration delisted the gray wolves. Activist groups sued to relist. And just last year, the Biden administration even agreed when they chose to defend the Trump administration's 2020 delisting rule. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden trusted the science and sought to do the right thing. It's activist groups, with the help of activist federal judges, who continue to choose to disregard the science and fight to keep these unnecessary protections in place. As a result, my constituents have to face growing wolf populations in their backyards each and every day. Last spring, the committee traveled to my district to see firsthand the impact that the well-intentioned yet broken ESA is having on the communities that I am proud to represent. The committee heard firsthand how pets, service animals, livestock, deer and moose populations, and countless others are being targeted by the gray wolf. This is along with human lives that are being put at risk. Simply said, it's beyond time that the gray wolf is delisted under the ESA. Unfortunately, as long as activists are willing to abuse our federal court system to weaponize the ESA, I'm afraid an administrative delisting will never be possible. There's only one alternative, and Congress needs to act and vote to delist and allow the states to manage the gray wolf. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this important legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
I recognize a gentle lady from Colorado for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important markup. This ANS is simply a technical change. Are we talking about the ANS here? Sorry, this is just, go ahead.
We're talking about the underlying bill. We're about to go to the ANS.
I'll wait, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
The gentlelady yields. Does anyone else seek recognition? Hearing none, is now in order to consider amendments to H.R. 845. I recognize the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute designated Boebert 14 ANS. Without objection, the amendment is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize the gentlelady from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No need for me to say a bunch of the same stuff twice here on this bill, but this ANS is simply a technical change to H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act. This bill delists the gray wolf from the federal endangered species list and returns the issue of wolf management to states and tribal wildlife agencies. Gray wolves were first listed under the Endangered Species Preservation Act in 1967. That's 58 years ago. In 2009, the Obama administration upheld the decision to delist gray wolves when the Interior Secretary Ken Salazar, Colorado guy, a Democrat, announced the decision at a press conference that the Fish and Wildlife Service decision to delist gray wolves was a supportable one. Scientists have concluded that recovery has occurred. In 2011, Congress directed USFWS to reinstate a rule to delist the gray wolf in the Northern Rockies ecosystem. In 2013, the Obama administration proposed delisting gray wolves in the lower 48 states. In November of 2020, scientists and nonpartisan career employees at the Department of Interior once again found gray wolves were fully recovered and once again issued a rule that returned management of gray wolf populations to states and tribal wildlife agencies. Now, I've heard a lot already from my colleagues on the other side that they want to see science, they want to see scientific proof, they want to see studies. Well, Obama followed it, Biden followed it. We had Secretary of the Interior Ken Salazar, who's no fan of mine even, and then we went even into the Trump administration with Secretary Bernhardt, all of them following the science and delisting the gray wolves. But we had rogue judges who went to put them back on, and then of course the Biden administration, we tried diligently to keep them off the list. But unfortunately, this frivolous litigation was filed by the defenders of wildlife, Wild Earth Guardians, and other extremist groups. And the California activist judge subsequently pandered to these groups by vacating the 2020 rule and unilaterally relisting the gray wolf by judicial fiat. In April of 2022, the Biden administration appealed the ruling of this California activist judge and supported the 2020 rule that delisted gray wolves in the lower 48 states. In last Congress, an identical version of this bill passed with bipartisan support. We had Colorado Democrats supporting it, and then state and tribal wildlife agencies have a proven record of successfully managing gray wolves and many other species for that matter. And in fact, Montana's successful state management resulted in gray wolves being 500% above the Fish and Wildlife Service recovery goals. Idaho's successful state management resulted in gray wolves being 700% above recovery goals. And there are now an estimated 6,000 wolves in the lower 48, which greatly exceeds the agency recovery goals of 650 wolves. And furthermore, there are an estimated 7,000 to 11,000 gray wolves in Alaska, and there are estimated 30,000 gray wolves in Canada. That Canada have so many, we're starting to import them from Canada into Colorado, which is just adorable. But this bipartisan science is extremely clear. It's time to delist the gray wolf and celebrate it as an ESA success story. That's what it is. If y'all want to defend the Endangered Species Act, well, let's celebrate the victories that it produces, and not continue to make this look like it's another failure from the federal government. I urge my colleagues to support this A&S that makes a technical change to the Pet and Livestock Protection Act. I thank my colleague, Tom Tiffany, for co-sponsoring this bill and working diligently on it. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, it is now in order to consider amendments to the A&S to H.R. 845. I recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Hoyle number 2. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill would reinstate a bad and unscientific rule that was thrown out because of ESA and Administrative Procedures Act violations. H.R. 845 would also block judicial review of that rule. The courts are an important part of how the ESA operates. They are a tool that businesses, stakeholders, and tribes can use to help ensure that Fish and Wildlife Service does its job protecting vulnerable species. Without the courts, there's little accountability for the quality of scientific monitoring programs or the conservation and management measures led by the states. All my amendment would do is to make sure that judicial review is allowed if the wolf population starts to rapidly decline. A rapid decline in wolves would provide evidence that the delisting decision was premature or failed to fully account for the remaining threats. If the best available scientific and commercial data show a rapid decline of more than 10% of the gray wolf population in a given year, the American people should be able to hold the Fish and Wildlife Service accountable to correct that through judicial review. This amendment isn't saying the service must relist the wolves. It doesn't require the courts to overturn the delisting rule. It just provides the option of seeking judicial review if the population starts to decline rapidly. If the proponents of wolf delisting are correct and wolves are set up for success in the long term, then the provision would never kick in. This is a common sense safety measure, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support my colleague's amendment, and I think it's pretty sensible to have some potential recourse if the wolf population that our country has invested so much in starts to slide back toward extinction. If the population starts to plummet, then at least allow the rule to be challenged in court. I mean, it seems like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle aren't comfortable with allowing judicial review if the population slips by at least 10%. If there's a percent decline that would be acceptable to them, I would love to identify that. Chair Westerman, would you accept allowing judicial review if the population drops below 20% in a year, perhaps? Would that be just, if the gentleman would let us know? I mean, we're looking for something here, some common ground to provide a backstop if this becomes law. Would you agree to that?
Well, I don't think it's it's not my legislation. And
Would the
it's not my,
gentlelady agree to that? Just a little bit of a safety net here in case she's wrong about... It is my time, but I'm asking you yes or no. Would you accept a backstop of 20% decline in any year?
Well, didn't we just bring a wolf back that was here 10,000 years ago? So, I mean, if it really gets that bad, we could just bring woolly mammoths back and all this stuff.
Oh, boy.
So.
Okay, well, that's a deeply unserious response to what should be a very serious
Look, we have worked on this time and time again, and rogue judges overturn the administration after administration's
understand, and reclaiming my time, because I did hear the gentlelady make that point. I don't see why there wouldn't be some level of a safety net that my friends across the aisle would agree to. That's all this amendment is trying to get at, and we can't even get a straight answer about whether 10, 20, 30% decline in any single year could at least trigger some kind of judicial review. So, look, I think the gentlelady from Oregon is on the right track with this amendment. It's common sense to have a safety net if you're going to legislatively try to delist and declare a species recovered. And so let those who value science-based management, who value continuing to hang on to this recovered wolf population that we've spent so much time and money in, it's been such a success story. If you believe any of that, you should support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stauber, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I rise in opposition to my good friend's amendment simply because it does not follow the science. The science already tells us that the gray wolf has recovered, and the current population across the lower 48 far exceeds the recovery goals that were set when the species was listed under the ESA. In fact, the population today is far higher than 10% of the recovery goal. Thus, even if the population were to decline 10%, in a calendar year, the population would still be far above that original recovery goal. This 10% threshold set forth in this amendment is arbitrary and does not follow the science. It's simply an attempt, in my opinion, to keep the gray wolf listed under the ESA. We must delist and allow the states to manage. I trust the states to manage the population. Under this ESA, since 1978, the gray wolf has been on the threatened list. It's like the Hotel California sign. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this amendment simply because it does not follow the science, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we have before us is it says has declined more than 10%. That's what we're answering the question on. And I would take you back to the testimony that we received, expert testimony, both previous session and this session, from Dr. Roberts, where he said there can be up to a 29% take. That is something that is peer-reviewed science of a species. You can have up to 29% take, and you will not threaten that species' numbers. If it does, then you make a change from there. The second point is that states can and will manage these species. Our colleague from Wyoming stated it very clearly and aptly. The states are going to manage these populations, and they're not going to allow them to become endangered. If for some reason a population would crash, then they will act, because the states care as much as the federal government. And in fact, the caring of the federal government is what has led us to this point where we've had a slaughter in places like northern Wisconsin. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Boebert, you're recognized.
Thank you. I also oppose this amendment that aims to undermine the bill entirely. This amendment is unnecessary and is not backed by science. And let's just start with the facts here. When the gray wolf was first listed under the Endangered Species Act in 1967, its population had dwindled to fewer than 1,000 across the lower 48 states. The protections afforded by the act were necessary then, and they worked. Today, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services estimates the gray wolf population at over 6,000 in the lower 48 and growing across regions like the Northern Rockies, Great Lakes, and beyond. The left wants to paint a picture of wolves vanishing from our forests, but this fear ignores evidence. States with delisted populations like those in the Northern Rockies since 2011 have not seen a collapse. States are not the enemy of conservation. They are its partners. They know their ecosystems better than the federal government does. They know their people. They know their wolves better than any distant bureaucracy. And delisting the gray wolf would empower states to implement flexible, localized management that would balance wolf populations with the needs of our rural communities. Delisting does not mean abandoning the wolf. It means trusting in its resilience and shifting management to the states, entities that have proven they can steward this species and many others effectively. As I said in my opening statement, state and tribal wildlife agencies have a proven record of successfully managing gray wolves. Just like in Montana's successful state management, resulting in gray wolves being 500% above the Fish and Wildlife Service recovery goals. Idaho's successful state management resulted in gray wolves being over 700% above the recovery goals. So once again, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself to briefly say I oppose the amendment, but I do respect the intent of wanting to make sure that the gray wolf is not only delisted, but remains delisted. And I would say there's already safeguards in effect for that to happen. If the states fail to meet the goals on the population numbers, nothing in this legislation prohibits the relisting of the wolf, whether it's from an emergency listing or going through the 5-part process to list an animal. Hopefully, we will never have to worry about relisting the wolf when we let states do the management, but this amendment would open up judicial review again and would be, I think, an arbitrary way to relist the wolf without looking at data and without looking at long-term data for the full population of wolf. So again, I oppose the amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to oppose it as well. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion on the amendment, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, designated Hoyle number 2. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Hoyle number 2 will be postponed. I recognize Ranking Member Huffman for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Huffman number 6. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to admit, when I saw my friend from Colorado's bill and I saw the title, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act, I got kind of excited because we really do need a bill to keep Kristi Noem away from dogs and goats. But then I read the bill, and I was disappointed to learn that the bill is just another attempt to substitute politics for science and undermine the Endangered Species Act, one of our country's most effective and popular conservation laws. Every time the Fish and Wildlife Service tries to delist gray wolves, they seem to screw it up. Why? Because they try to cut corners, and they get called out by the courts. Yet wolves have bounced back in some parts of the country thanks to ESA protection, but their recovery remains nascent, tenuous in places where they're just beginning to return, and non-existent in many suitable habitats across the vast majority of their historic range. So this doesn't mean we need gray wolves everywhere, but it is clear that the species is critical to balancing wild ecosystems in many parts of the country. And it's also clear, not to mention appropriate, that the ESA requires that they be protected when facing threats in any significant portion of their range. This is an important point that the Biden administration finally recognized last year when they began the process of developing a nationwide gray wolf recovery plan. And it was due to be published this December. If it is allowed to happen, as it should be, then this plan will recommend a forward path for ensuring stable populations of gray wolves in enough places to secure their long-term survival. Now, importantly, development of this plan will outline the conditions under which pressure can be taken off the states that currently host the vast majority of gray wolves. This is the path to recovery, targeted downlisting and eventual delisting of wolves based on sound science. At the same time, the service is in the middle of conducting a national dialogue on gray wolves and working landscapes, and it's designed to inform decision-making once the recovery plan is completed. Importantly, this dialogue includes a broad cross-section of people and entities concerned about wolves, from landowners and livestock producers to states, localities, and tribes, and also conservationists and hunters. All of them should be at the table. The process is thoughtful, inclusive, science-driven, basically the polar opposite of what's going on with this bill before us today. This process should be allowed to play out, the inclusive, collaborative process that I'm talking about. Allow it to produce a new listing determination for gray wolves. That is the right way to do this. And my amendment would require that by striking the operative language of the bill and replacing it with a requirement that the service produce its nationwide recovery plan no later than December 31st of this year and publish a new draft status determination for gray wolves in the lower 48 no later than December 31st of next year, 2026. Let's allow science to be our guide and stop the fear-mongering. I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Boebert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also oppose this amendment. This really just undermines the bill once again, and it unnecessarily delays the implementation of this critical legislation. As I've already said many times, the gray wolf is fully recovered. The science is there. It's been on the endangered species list for 58 years. It's been supported by President Obama to be removed. The Trump administration, the Biden administration, we have Democrat secretaries of Interior who were supportive of that, and now there are an estimated 6,000 wolves, gray wolves here. And this 2020 rule was proposed after scientists and nonpartisan career employees at the Department of Interior once again found that gray wolves were fully recovered and once again issued a rule that returned management of the gray wolf populations to the states and tribal wildlife agencies. We aren't saying get rid of all the wolves. We're saying return the management back to the local authorities. There's been litigation rather than science-based evidence that has held this rule up from being implemented for nearly 5 years now. And this frivolous lawsuit that was filed by Defenders of Wildlife and Wild Earth Guardians and other extremist groups were followed by this activist judge. He pandered to these leftist extremists by vacating the 2020 rule, unilaterally relisting the gray wolf by judicial fiat. The science is clear, the wolf is recovered, and I oppose this amendment.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Ms. Hoyle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman because we need more information, more coordination, and more solutions for communities, producers, and wildlife. In December, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is set to release a nationwide gray wolf recovery plan. The plan will be grounded in science and designed to finally answer some of the big questions in the debate, like where the gray wolves are still struggling, where they're doing well, and what conditions should trigger responsible downlisting or delisting. This isn't just a paperwork exercise. If done right, it will give us the tools to manage wolves across the country in a strategic and fair way. It will help identify real solutions to limit conflict with ranchers and communities and give state and tribal managers the tools to do their jobs. Most importantly, it will ensure that delisting happens only when wolves are fully recovered and that we use science to determine when we shift responsibility back to the states. This amendment ensures that work continues. It locks in a deadline for the recovery plan. It makes sure the proposed rule follows based on that plan. And this is what responsible conservation looks like. It's a thoughtful, science-driven, and collaborative path to recovery that puts us on solid footing for the future. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Mr. Tiffany, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is nothing but a delay tactic from keeping wolves from being managed by the states. As the author of this bill, Representative Boebert, said, this bill is based on the 2020 delisting by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. That's what this is based on. And this notion that you're going to take pressure off the states, it's the federal judges that have put the pressure on. It is part of the federal apparatus out here that has created the very problem that is before us. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has been very clear. The wolf has recovered. There's a retired leader within the Fish and Wildlife Service in the upper Midwest who chastised those who want to see the wolf continue to be listed. They said, you are taking away time and resources away from us working with other species who may be endangered, who need to be recovered. The wolf is recovered. His words. It is time to delist. 26 wildlife biologists in the upper Great Lakes states. The wolf is recovered. It is time to delist them. Vote no on this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit documents for the record. So I have a letter from the Douglas County Commissioners in Colorado and the Mesa County Commissioners supporting our bill to delist the gray wolf and with unanimous consent. Thank you.
So ordered. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Recognize myself. I oppose the amendment, and I yield back my time. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? And if there is none, the question is on the amendment offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 6. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Huffman number 6 will be postponed. I recognize the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for the purpose of offering an amendment designated Dexter number 1. Without objection, the amendment is considered read.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm offering a straightforward amendment today. Halt implementation of H.R. 845 until the Secretary of the Interior certifies that wolf monitoring and conservation and livestock compensation programs are fully staffed. That's it. Let's be clear about what this bill does. It strips away all federal protections for gray wolves. No guardrails, no accountability, no regard for science, and no plan for what comes next. This reckless handoff is happening while Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Russell Vogt are gutting the very agencies responsible for ensuring our wildlife management systems function at all. Over 400 Fish and Wildlife Service employees have already been fired, including the biologists, recovery team members, and field staff who make wolf conservation possible. The damage is staggering. Nearly half of the information for planning and consultation team, the group that created Smart from the Start tools to minimize harm to endangered species and streamline permitting, has been let go. These were experts who helped keep projects efficient and wildlife protected. Now they're being shown the door, while this bill pretends the system can just carry on without them. This administration is directly undermining legislative and regulatory intent with these terminations. And again, we are hearing that more cuts are coming. Staff across regions and agencies are being told to brace for deeper reductions. Even the U.S. Department of Agriculture, responsible for the livestock compensation programs that ranchers depend on, has lost 10% of its staff. We're being told that this bill protects ranchers and livestock, but how? If a rancher loses livestock to a wolf, who processes the claim? Who ensures they are paid fairly and on time? We previously heard this process already takes too long for our ranchers. Firing people will only make this worse. Without this amendment, this bill further harms our ranchers. At the same time, federal wolf monitoring programs are being stretched beyond capacity. With dozens of FWS technicians gone, how do we collect reliable population data, track ecological impacts, or respond to declines? We're being told wolves don't need protection and that the states can manage it. But without monitoring and recovery programs or the people to run those programs, there's no way to know whether the data bears that out. This amendment is about more than our ranchers and the wolves. It's about good governance. It's about whether Republicans value functional, fact-based policies or choose to continue to use ignorance as cover for their irresponsible actions. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Boebert, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think that nothing in this bill hinders the ability of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to work with states and tribes to carry on monitoring and carry out these conservation actions. In fact, the bill empowers state and tribal wildlife agencies to have a proven success track record of managing the gray wolves. This misguided amendment really is an attempt to attack the Department of Government Efficiency, and with it, the bold step of trimming the federal workforce. So I find it very interesting that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have taken such a stance against making our government more efficient. And in November, the American people voted to reform a bloated bureaucracy and make it work again for the people, for every taxpayer who truly deserves so much better. Our federal government is a behemoth, over 2 million civilian employees, not counting contractors or the military. That's a payroll of north of $200 billion a year, funded by hard-earned dollars. And what do we get from it? More bureaucracy, so tangled that it takes months to approve a bridge repair, agencies tripping over each other to regulate the same patch of dirt, and a truly deficient a deficit that is ballooned to $35 billion, and it's time to say enough is enough. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services has adequate resources to work with the states and tribes to carry out the monitoring and the conservation actions of this bill. This amendment takes on unnecessary actions and a shot at DOJ with unnecessary delays, and I urge opposition of this amendment. Thank you. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Hoyle, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank my colleague and fellow Oregonian, Representative Dexter, for offering this amendment. As we debate this bill to delist gray wolves, we must ensure the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has the capacity to do its job. Federal workforce reductions would impact the service's ability to monitor wolf populations and respond to threats. In Oregon, the agency has already laid off 25 workers, experts who play a critical role in protecting endangered species. Handling wildlife management responsibilities without ensuring that states and tribal governments have a strong federal partner could effectively shut down these efforts to protect wolves. Representative Dexter's amendment would simply ensure that before this bill takes effect, the Secretary of the Interior must certify that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is adequately staffed and equipped to carry out its responsibilities in cooperation with the states and tribes. That means biologists, tribal liaisons, and conservation staff have the resources and workforce support they need to protect the gray wolf. This amendment is not about delays, it's about ensuring that we aren't giving more work to an agency that doesn't have enough resources. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Benz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for the record, I would like to offer the Oregon Cattlemen's Association's letter dated March 24th, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered.
And thank you. As to the amendment, I oppose it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? I recognize myself. I oppose the amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to vote against the amendment as well. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, designated Dexter number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Further proceedings on the amendment designated Dexter number 1 will be postponed. I now declare the committee in recess, subject to call of the chair, anticipated to be at approximately 2:45 where we will vote. The committee will come to order. The unfinished business is on the request for a recorded vote on amendments to the ANS HR 276. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 726 offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, designated Brownlee 31, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote.
First one's always slow. There it goes.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 22.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 726 offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, designated Brownlee 28. And this, again, is an amendment to the ANS to HR 276, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted?
He's probably happy to miss that.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 276 offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, designated Soto number 5, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote.
Let's go no. Yes? No.
Right, they don't let, press my button while I go to the bathroom.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 23.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 276 offered by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, designated Velasquez number 12, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote.
We're down here.
Updated. Yes. Yeah. 2 p.m.
Okay.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
You see why it's screwed.
The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 23.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS HR 276 offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, designated Dexter number 15, on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 23.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS HR 276 offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, designated Dexter number 1, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 23.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 276 offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas, designated Rivas number 11, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 23.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 276 offered by the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari, designated Ansari number 9, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 276 offered by the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Randall, designated Randall number 34, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Please record me as a no.
It'll wake up and you'll keep pushing the button a few times.
Did I break it?
There it goes. Now have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 25.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 276 offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, designated Brownlee number 36, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to H.R. 276 offered by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, designated Brownlee number 38, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to H.R. 276 offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Gray, designated Gray number 13, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment designated Huffman number 49, upon which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted?
Outcome every time. This thing's totally rigged. It's the same outcome.
Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 23.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 276, offered by myself, designated Westerman 011 A&S. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 276 as amended to the House with the recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Guess what I'm going to do?
You need to do it quickly.
Request recorded.
A recorded vote has been requested. Members will record their vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
I fixed it. Just make sure you're paying attention.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 17.
The bill, as amended, is ordered reported to the House with the recommendation that it be favorably approved. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I give notice of my intention to file supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views on the measures just considered. I ask unanimous consent that this notice be extended to all measures considered at the markup. Under House Rule 11, Clause 2L, this notice extends to all members.
Without objection, so ordered. The unfinished business is on the request for recorded vote on amendments to the ANS to H.R. 845. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to H.R. 845 offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, designated Hoyle number 2, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 845 offered by Ranking Member Huffman, designated Huffman number 6, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on the amendment to the ANS to HR 845 offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, designated Dexter number 1, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 24.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 845 offered by the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, designated Boebert 014 ANS. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 845 as amended to the House with the recommendation that the bill be favorably approved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Members will record their vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 17.
The bill as amended is ordered reported to the House with the recommendation that it be favorably approved. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. With the cooperation of Ranking Member Huffman and the other members of the committee, it appears that we have worked out an agreement on 7 bills scheduled for markup today. As we have done before, rather than going through a formal markup process for each of the bills, I will make a single unanimous consent motion to report out the bills favorably with any amendments that have been filed and agreed to. Before we begin, does any member seek time to speak on any of the bills in this unanimous consent motion? Mr. Gosar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask my colleagues to support my legislation, H.R. 1043, the La Paz County Solar Energy and Job Creation Act. My bill requires the Secretary of Interior to convey 3,400 acres of BLM land to La Paz County for rural economic and solar development. If you have ever visited Southwest Arizona, Mr. Chairman, you'll know it's pretty sunny. Conveying this land to the county for solar development does 3 things. Maximizes the potential for renewable energy generation, 2, enhances the local tax base, and 3, facilitates employment opportunities for county residents. The county will be able to access the full benefit of land ownership and the advantages that come with a vibrant local economy, instead of the federal government seizing all advantages. As Arizona expands its technology base, industry, and semiconductor operations, it is critical to meet the needs of our electric grid. Considering the national energy emergency we face, I believe we must take an all-the-above energy approach. Since 2015, I worked diligently on behalf of the county to convey 8,000 acres of public land to the local community for solar energy. In 2017, this committee passed the first allotment of the land for the county, and now this bill conveys the remaining acres to provide the maximum benefit of domestic energy production. Importantly, this conveyance respects the land tribal significance. It requires consultation with the Colorado River Indian tribes if any tribal artifacts are uncovered during the conveyance process. At a time when the Congress is exploring all opportunities for cost savings, the La Paz County Solar Energy and Job Development Act presents a win-win. The county receives opportunities for rural development and economic development, and the federal government receives a check for otherwise undeveloped lands. I once again ask all my colleagues to support my legislation, H.R. 1043, our nation's domestic energy dominance. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Mr. Soto, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to briefly thank you and recognize Member Huffman for putting the bipartisan sinkhole mapping bill on the agenda. We have a lot of sinkholes in the southeastern United States, and I know Representative Bill Rackus and I are pleased with getting the hearing today. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on any of the bills in the unanimous consent package? I recognize myself, and I do want to say that before we wrap up today, we should recognize the slate of bills that we've worked on with the minority to advance under unanimous consent. I'm pleased to see that so many priorities are advanced today, and I'd like to thank the members and staff on both sides of the aisle who worked together to reach a bipartisan consensus on these bills. First off, we have two bills from the Energy and Mineral Resources Subcommittee, H.R. 677, the Expedited Appeals Review Act, introduced by Representative Hageman, addresses critical flaws in the current Department of the Interior Board of Land appeals process. We also have H.R. 900, as Representative Soto just spoke about, the Sinkhole Mapping Act of 2025. It's to establish a program run by the United States Geological Survey to map sinkholes in the U.S. We also have several bills from the Federal Land Subcommittee to clear the way for needed development projects that benefit Western communities. As Mr. Gosar spoke about his bill, H.R. 1043, this would convey 3,400 acres of land from the Bureau of Land Management to La Paz County, Arizona. Since approximately 95% of this county is under federal, state, or tribal management, this conveyance will provide important economic benefits and much-needed revenues to local residents who rely primarily on tourism and agriculture to support their livelihoods. I would like to commend Representative Gosar for his strong leadership on this initiative. The bill sponsored by Representatives Cammack and Evans offer common-sense solutions to increase rural Americans' access to broadband. In an increasingly digital world, access to reliable, high-speed internet is essential for many aspects of modern life. The Bureau of Land Management and the U.S. Forest Service received the most applications to install communications facilities on federal property. Yet these agencies have allowed an enormous backlog to develop. Representative Cammack's bipartisan legislation would require these two agencies to establish online portals for processing applications to construct communication facilities. Similarly, Congressman Evans' bill would establish a 5-member interagency strike force comprised of existing agency employees to ensure that the Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service review requests for communications use authorizations in a timely manner. Together, these bills will fast-track the deployment of broadband infrastructure on federal lands across rural America. Representative Titus's bill authorizes the Southern Nevada Water Authority to construct a water pipeline through the Sloan Canyon National Conservation Area. This preferred route would save taxpayers an estimated $200 million and deliver reliable drinking water to a growing area. This legislation does not add to the federal estate and is a win-win for local Nevada communities. Finally, the Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries Subcommittee has given us H.R. 1098, introduced by Congresswoman Scholten, which reauthorizes the Junior Duck Stamp Conservation and Design Program Act through 2031. I support these bills, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back. I ask unanimous consent that the following measures be approved and favorably reported as described to the House of Representatives. H.R. 677, Expedited Appeals Review Act, with an amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, designated Hageman 49 A&S. H.R. 900, Sinkhole Mapping Act of 2025, with an amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, designated Soto 12 A&S. H.R. 972, Sloan Canyon Conservation and Lateral Pipeline Act. H.R. 1043, La Paz County Solar Energy and Job Creation Act. H.R. 1098, to reauthorize the Junior Duck Stamp Conservation and Design Protection Act of 1994, with an amendment offered by the chair, designated Westerman number 1. H.R. 1665, Deploying Infrastructure with Greater Internet Transactions and Legacy Applications Act, and H.R. 1681, Expediting Federal Broadband Deployment Reviews Act. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the motions to reconsider are laid on the table. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make any technical and conforming changes to the documents the committee just adopted, subject to the approval of the minority. Without objection, so ordered. If there's no further business, The committee stands adjourned.